Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 396. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, good to see you today, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. Just took a shot of espresso just before we started the show.
Nice.
So I'm feeling pretty good. I'm kind of excited today because something sprung up that I was not expecting, or that I just didn't hear about. But there's a new Sam Raimi movie out today.
Oh yeah.
And I'm kind of excited about it.
You gonna go see it?
Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna get some people together, go out. Looks like a fun time. It's getting pretty good reviews too, so that's nice. But did not expect that yesterday. It really came out of. I guess I just don't pay attention to that space as much as I thought I did, because I was really I didn't even know he was working on anything.
Right.
And then now it's just out, and I was like, okay, cool.
That's fun.
But yeah, outside of that, pretty normal day. Went for a walk. Feeling good today.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
You seem to have quite a large social circle of friends to pull from when you want to do these various things.
It's too many.
You always say getting people together, doing things. It's always different people, right? That you're talking about, or is it the same people?
I mean, it's more consistently the same people, but there's a couple of other people out there, sprinkled in every now and again. There's my friends, and then there's people that I consider friends, but are ultimately acquaintances.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this is a friend thing. I think this is for the boys. We like our Evil Dead.
Good. Very well. It's good to see you. Dustin Furman, executive producer, back in the flesh. How are you today, my friend? Good to see you.
I made it back. It was really fucking annoying getting back, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Colin. My flight was canceled. So I was supposed to fly back Monday, and it was canceled. And then Tuesday, so I rebooked it quickly. I was getting home Tuesday, right? I rebooked Tuesday morning, canceled partially again. I was going from LAX to Chicago to Pittsburgh.
Chicago's rough. Chicago's
canceled.
Rough. Yeah.
This was early in the morning, so I was quickly trying to figure something out because I knew they were going to fill up quickly. So the best flight I could get was from LAX to Salt Lake City to Dallas Fort Worth, then to Pittsburgh.
Wow, that's rough.
3 flights.
Ping-ponging
around my tour across America. I got home at 2 a.m. I landed in Pittsburgh at 2 a.m.
Sucks.
So it was
Wednesday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So I was very annoying, but I had a good time. We'll talk about that later. And now I'm at home where the devastation. I wasn't here during the devastation, but there's just snow everywhere. And the static electricity in my house is insane. In fact, I will probably, if I have to get up during the show at all, I'll probably end up zapping my Zoom recorder.
Why? And, what's that all about? Moisture?
I don't have a whole home humidifier or anything like that. So it's just dry as hell here.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you made it back on your westward journey.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like Lewis and Clark made it back across the country easier than you.
Yeah, probably.
Well, yeah, we'll get into the snow. We'll get into all of that in a minute because there's a lot of funny things to talk about. But it is good to be back with you guys today. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. I kind of am in this listless sort of mode. There's no football this weekend. There's always a bye week between the championship games and the Super Bowl. And I just don't know what to do. I always hate this time of year because it's always I gotta now I have to find something to do. I have to find things. I have to occupy my time because that's always just lingering, and there's always so much to talk about and always so much to look forward to if you're into it or whatever. And it's a nice. You have a lot of things to do with your life, your work, and your family, and all these things. So that's kind of how you spend, or I spend a lot of my free time. And then you have to readjust. Of course, hockey's still going, but yeah, it's a strange time. I also haven't. I mean, I've been walking around the neighborhood, but I haven't been out of my neighborhood in a while. Oh yeah, we'll talk about the weather because it's bad here. Not bad in the sense of we had catastrophic situations, just bad in that none of it's going away. So, and it's about to snow again, apparently. So we'll get into that. But Sacred Symbols, PlayStation podcast. Each and every week we go live. Since summer 2018, we've never missed a week. You can join us, get us 3 days early, ad-free, Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. I actually see Winter Storm Watch just popped up on my little thing here. It's not a warning yet. Watch is better than warning. We don't know we're watching.
Right.
We're not. Seems like a Seinfeld thing. By the way, did you see, Chris, I put it in the Discord.
I did see it.
LeBron James was upset about Bill Belichick not getting into the Hall of Fame or whatever, and he sounded like Jackie Childs. I love that.
Yeah, what did he say? Like egregious, preposterous?
He's like, it's impossible, egregious, unacceptable, or whatever.
Yeah, the first reply is Jackie Childs. Like it's written perfectly for him. It's kind of crazy.
And he probably has no idea what that even is, but it's so fucking funny.
Yeah, probably not.
Good Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. Early ad-free access to our show and all the other shows we do in our network. Sacred Symbols, of course, is our flagship. Other Patreon perks, depending on the tier you support us at. Submit your inquiries to the show. Get access to the RSS feed, so you don't even have to interact with Patreon to get your ad-free content. Go to our Discord and deal with the fucking chicanery over there. Sacred Symbols Plus, another perk. We'll get into that in a minute. Jordan Faldudo wrote in. And remember, you can write into the show on Patreon on the thread that goes in the news feed each week on Wednesdays. Each show in our network has a different posting schedule. He says it's well known that you pick write-ins from names you do not recognize. Yet every single week we hear write-ins from people who change their name to something brand new and unrecognizable, like Uncle Lucho's Bud Light that's been sitting in the garage since 1996. Have you ever thought that these people changed their names in an effort to appeal to your new name preference? Potentially, but I'd like to think that there's a trust situation going on. You know, have some honor. You know,
honor on the internet.
We're past that point, brother.
Doubtful.
But
have some. Sorry, can you hear the dogs barking in the background? I don't know. What that's.
No.
Oh,
no.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Treble has this new toy that squeaks in a certain way, and she freaks out. Like she fucking flips out and she howls.
Is it one of the ones I sent you?
I think it might be. Yeah.
Nice. You're welcome.
Yeah. So anyway, it is what it is. Chris, you were going to say something? I feel like I might have interrupted you.
No, I think so. I have this thought too, because sometimes people will write into our show and they'll be like, "Hey, long-time listener, first-time patron," right? And they know that I think they might know that I focus on those because I think it's interesting to get new people in. And I'm like, I don't know how honest you're being, especially because our show. This, by the way, the question that this guy's asking probably has a holdover to our show also, where like people change their names pretty much on a weekly basis because they get their names read in the credits and they always try to make me say outrageous shit. So that's kind of a problem because like sometimes people write in, but I have no way of tracking the names.
Right. That would be a lot of work to do that.
I'm not doing that. There's so many people in that tier too. So it's like, I've just taken your word for it really at a certain point.
Right. It goes back into my whole adage, Chris, of like, I just assume you're telling me the truth.
Right.
So yeah, are people changing their name to work the system? Probably, but I want to be clear. I don't ignore inquiries from people who I recognize. I'm scrolling through. Like Jordan, we've read your stuff before. We're gonna hear from Dante B. We've read stuff from him, D-Max, Surge. But I do have, I have Max Lazos. You're gonna come up later probably, and some other things. So I'm not saying that like I don't have names where I'm like I recognize your name or I don't recognize your name. It's just that if I don't recognize your name or it seems new, then I'm gonna be like I read it extra carefully to try to integrate it. Because I want you to feel included. That's why every once in a while we'll get an exit survey being like, I've submitted 5 or 10 inquiries and I've never gotten chosen. And I'm like, your shit must suck. Because I'm sorry, like your shit must be illegible. Like I have such a bias towards you that it's crazy. So
sometimes
like you must be illiterate.
People will do that with us too. And then I'll go and like I'll check their thing and it's like a one sentence. It's like full of spelling errors somehow. And I'm like, I'm not putting myself through this.
Yeah.
Thank you. By the way, thank you for your donation.
Thank you for your donation. I'm always correcting what you're writing too anyway. So, but there comes a point where like I'll paste it into Google Docs or whatever, and then it'll just show like all the blue lines and I'm like, nope. And I just delete it. If it's like 1 or 2, that's fine. But at some point, can't do it.
Can't do Jordan, it, man. Sorry.
Just can't do it, man. Sorry.
Do it, man.
By the way, Dustin, you'll appreciate this. Before I forget to tell you.
Yeah.
Locke. I had a meeting with Locke the other day, and he almost experienced our classic. He didn't even know because I didn't tell him. Where I'm like, I got to get up and go to the bathroom. Right back. But I was like holding it and kind of like desperate for the meeting to end, like towards the end. You know?
Okay.
And I'm like, I can make it. And
so
I
maybe
did.
it's not me.
Oh, it's not you.
It's maybe it's a one-on-one meeting thing that makes your bowels need to evacuate.
Yeah, it's just a thing.
At that moment.
Just always have to poop. You know,
It could be that too.
just always on the verge of pooping. Sacred Symbols Plus, each and every week. That's our special additive and supplement to Sacred Symbols. We do deep dives and interviews and review discussions and all the rest. Not so many review discussions right now because there's nothing really coming out. Dustin and I think we're going to interview his friend soon that runs his retro game store, which would be nice. I don't know if that's actually going to happen this week.
He just said yes.
Okay, cool. So that will be the next episode.
The plan is to record that tomorrow.
So we have a few things lined up there. I have a few things out in the ether as well. Dante B wrote in and said, "Hey, Colin, I can't suppress my curiosity any further. I was surprised to see Alyssa Mercante reach out on Twitter in the wake of the JT Smash fallout, asking to talk. Anything ever come of that, or did it die on the vine? I'll David Carradine myself to your answer. You can't, because he flew too close to the sun." And by the way, shouting out Chris, timely reference. Timely reference.
Right? Like, I
Do
don't
you guys know who this is?
I had to look it up.
So familiar.
I know I've heard this. I know I've learned this before and then promptly forgot it because it never came up again.
He was in Kung Fu in the 70s, which was a TV show.
Yeah.
And then in the 90s, they did Kung Fu, The Next Journey or whatever the fuck it was called, which I watched. But he accidentally hanged himself and died during like some sexual thing.
Oh, is it like an autoerotic?
Yeah.
Is that autoerotic asphyxiation? Am I saying it right?
I think that's right.
I think
You're pretending like you don't know.
I mean, I just want to make sure I was saying it.
Yeah. Sure.
Is that
That is flying too close to the sun. Because I don't know. That seems odd. You're like, I am willing to almost kill myself for this degree of orgasm.
For this nut.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Can't do it, man. Sorry. That's like, I think I associate that with Robin Williams. Although I don't think that's necessarily what that was, but like you know what I mean? Like that's like David Carradine, when did he die?
2009.
Like,
I just looked it up.
That was
actually
a big year
more recent than I thought.
That is more recent than I thought, but also that year was Michael Jackson's year, and you know it.
Right, that's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, 2009. That's right. I always get freaked out when I see the Michael Jackson footage of him practicing for his next tour. It's like the newest footage of him singing and stuff, and I'm always like, kind of like, oh, it's so
eerie, right? Yeah.
It's the same thing with. I mean, it's not nearly the same stature, but Amy Winehouse, her last performance. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, I just looked that up recently for some reason.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
she was like crying on stage and had like a breakdown on stage. It's always like very awkward too.
Yeah,
and like, ooh,
it's good. It's retrospectively obvious, you know, like where you see it's like, this ain't gonna go well. I have an Amy Winehouse record on my wall.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, you guys. It's definitely like a pixel for you guys, but
yeah, she was very talented. I always thought it's pure irony of the song, Rehab or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of baller in a way of like going down with the ship like that and having this iconic song about it. I don't know, but
yeah, we
salute you. R.I.P. in peace to both of you, to David Carradine as well. R.I.P. in peace. I used to love Kung Fu. The Journey Continues, I think it was called. That was the one I was familiar with. And my dad really liked it because it reminded him of the show, the Kung Fu show in the 70s.
Was he in Kill Bill?
What'd you say?
Was he in Kill Bill? He looks familiar.
I think he was. Yeah, I think he was in Kill Bill. Yes.
I can't remember. It's been a while since I've seen that movie, though. I can't remember who he was.
I think he was. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, all right. So we got all sidetracked. Yeah, I'm speaking. So Alyssa and I spoke early last year. She declined to come on the show, so I left it there. And then after she said that, I kind of like let it go. I was like, oh, maybe she'll reach out at some point, but she never did. So a couple of weeks ago, I reached out to her again, and I'm like, I'm loath to reach out to you again. I've already asked you to be on the show. I don't want to bother you, but is this something you wanted to do, or were you telling me you want to be on me on your show? Or I don't know what you really do, but she was down for it. So we're going to work it out in the coming weeks and have her on. I think it's going to be interesting. I want to talk to people that I disagree with. I think it's fun.
Yeah, it's the
So
best.
stay tuned. And I also feel like we can find a lot of common ground. And when you sit down across from a person, it's more metered and useful, I think.
Mhm.
Not that she and I have ever had any like beef or anything. I don't really think we have, but she has beef with a lot of other people, and a lot of people have beef with me. Sacred Streaming will return this Monday. Dustin, I'm going to tell you this on the fly. I was thinking of asking Jaffe to do it with us.
Okay.
And is it possible for us to do call-ins? How would we do that?
It is possible. I have no idea how to do it, like what the best method is, but I can figure something out.
Yeah, I think it would be fun to like. Jaffe wants to do a show with me, like a more regular show. I don't know that we really have. I would love to. So many people have been asking about this since he said it on Sacred Plus that he like really wants to do something with us, and I'm like, my honest answer is I would love to do something with Jaffe. Like, I find him so fun and so interesting and dynamic. I can talk to him for hours. I just don't know where to put it. And I don't really have time. You know, like I have other things to do than, because he wants to do it like every day and all this. And I'm like, I actually think like a Jaffe and Moriarty morning show would be fucking hysterical and probably kill. But in the meantime, we can just do these little interim kind of conversations and have them on. So I think we'll do that. And
I'm a little scared of the live call-ins.
it's so funny you say that because I was about to say that. We've never done that, but I feel like, you know what I think about sometimes, although maybe it's a little naive, is like when I used to do, like when I would do the G.I. Joe streams on Twitch during COVID and I had like 1,000 people with me or whatever. And I had no moderator. I didn't even know how to moderate. And I'm like, please just be normal. And like really had no issues. And I'm like, can't we just it was what we were saying earlier. Can't we have an honor system? Like, can we not have an honor system? Come on, man. You know?
For this first one, maybe the move is that you have to be part of the Last Stand Discord.
I'm fine with that, like generally, because that will get rid of it. But we have fucking riffraff up the yazoo in there, you know?
Oh, yeah. For sure. But at least they're good-natured riffraff.
At least they're paying me.
And they're paying.
Yeah.
So that could be fun. We can figure it out.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea at all. And that would probably be an easy way to do it as well. Make a little channel in there. But I'll email Jaffe and see if he's interested in doing that. But that's what we're thinking about for the next episode of Sacred Streaming. But we last week did the Xbox Developer Direct. That was fun. So we got to look at Fable and some other games coming to PlayStation. We did a nice Mega Man stream recently. We did the Metacritic draft over there. So check that out. And we'll get back to it with some different game streams. I was thinking Highguard would be fun, but it seems like that game, we'll talk about that game extensively later, but I feel like that's kind of already dying on the vine. And I also feel like it's chasing a trend. It's not, you're playing it because of a curiosity thing is more than like you want to see it and you want to play it and you want to enjoy it. I don't know. I'm in a mixed space with that game, but that's possible. One thing I did want to say though, and I think I put it in the show later, but I'll just say it now and delete it, is there's rumors that there's going to be a state of play next week. So it's entirely possible that, and maybe even likely, depending on the trustworthiness of the sources, that by the time we talk again, there will have been a state of play. So we'll stream that as well. So probably 2 streams next week. All right. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Prize Picks, a unique way to play fantasy sports and perhaps even net a little cash along the way. Learn more now by downloading the Prize Picks app today and use the code SACRED when you sign up for $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. So the Super Bowl is just about here, and though the Patriots being back in the big game fills me with a sort of hopelessness and existential despair only felt by New York Jets fans, it's still one of the pinnacle sports and social gatherings of the year. So why not make things a little more interesting? With Prize Picks, you can select between 2 and 6 players from the Pats and Seahawks, and then project their performance aimed at a specific metric, all with the idea of choosing more or less of something. So maybe your lineup is 3 people. Drake May throwing for fewer than 250 yards, Jackson Smith and Jigba catching more than a single touchdown pass, and Kenneth Walker III rushing for fewer than 60 yards, just as an example, of course. Depending on how things play out, you could win big. And what's especially neat about Prize Picks is that you can actually raise your floor and lower your ceiling by conceding a missed pick while still walking away a winner. Of course, Prize Picks is about far more than just the Super Bowl or even just the NFL. We're deep into the NBA season now, and that's always a choice. The same with my beloved NHL. Go Islanders. Heck, UFC is even an option, as is college football and the WNBA when they're in season. So you have a lot to choose from. But really, what differentiates PrizePicks is the novelty of its approach. Mixing and matching player combinations and even entire sports and leagues to make a one-of-a-kind fantasy team. Pretty nice. Are you ready to play? Download the PrizePicks app today and use the code SACRED, that's SACRED, to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code SACRED to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp, an exceptional service that offers therapy where you are and when you need it. Learn more for yourself right now at betterhelp.com/symbols. My friends, life is hard sometimes. I know it and you know it. We all deal with trials and tribulations no matter who we are, and it's always helpful to have someone to talk to about what ails you. And I would know, as I've used therapy on and off since the early 90s to great effect. But not everyone is as fortunate as me. I have health insurance, a local provider, transportation, and free time. A whole lot of people lack one, more, or even all of those advantages, putting therapy out of reach. Or at least, that's what you thought. With BetterHelp, therapy is delivered to you where you are via video, audio, or even just by text. This isn't a little thing, it's a big thing. It means that you can do your sessions from afar with a qualified and licensed therapist, which comes with a number of awesome quirks. For one, it'll be a lot cheaper than in-person therapy. You also won't have to travel or necessarily take time off or away from something or hope to find a great person in your local area. BetterHelp does all of the heavy lifting for you, putting you in touch with more than 30,000 therapists who have served more than 6 million people around the world with an average satisfaction rating of 4.9 out of 5 from 1.7 million client reviews. So in reality, all of those numbers speak for themselves. The only question is whether you're willing to take the first step to find the help you may need. With whatever curveballs are thrown your way, life will always be challenging and imperfect. It's how we tackle the challenges and imperfections that actually matters. Sign up for BetterHelp now and get 10% off your session at betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BetterHelp.com/SYMBOLS. Again, for therapy that's there for you when and as you need it, head to betterhelp.com/symbols today.
Sacred Symbols is brought to you by Shopify. Starting our own merch store at Last Stand was a little nerve-wracking. We knew we had wonderful customers who wanted to support us, but we've never actually done merch ourselves. Thankfully, Shopify made setting up our own store insanely easy, and it eased our nerves completely. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the US, from household names like Mattel, Gymshark, and even Last Stand, to brands just getting started. Get started with your own design studio. With hundreds of ready-to-use templates, Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store that matches your brand style. And what if I get stuck? Shopify's always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 customer support. Tackle all those important tasks in one place, from inventory to payment to analytics and more. No need to save multiple websites or try to figure out what platform is hosting the tool you need. Everything is all in one place, making your life easier and your business operations smoother. It's time to turn those what ifs into with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial at shopify.com/sacred. Go to shopify.com/sacred. That's shopify.com/sacred.
It's time for topics of discussion. We have a lot to get through here because there was quite a few things I wanted to talk about. Then we have news, what we're playing. Of course, we'll focus on Highguard there. And then 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience to wrap things up as always. But let's start with DMAC, who wrote in with the key question. I see that Dustin met Brad's parents at the end of his dirty weekend away. Always a big step. Congrats on the growing relationship, boys. Now, it's important to note, you knew his parents already. Brad lives with his parents.
Right.
So you're not going to be able to avoid them. Maybe they have some sort of palatial estate or something and they have like a wing, but I doubt it.
No, it's Brad that has the wing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So, and I like that because a lot of people, I mean, maybe in the United States, a lot of people live with their families forever, and in parts of the world, that's totally normal. In the United States, it's not normal. And some people even look down on staying with your parents that long. I look at it and I'm like, you've come this far, you know?
Right.
It's like me with driving, right? I'm 41. I'm not going to get a car now. I mean, what are you doing? I've gotten all the way here. So I actually kind of dig it because it says to me, Brad has a good relationship with his parents. and he's fiscally responsible, and he's probably just going to get the house at some point, in the future. So good for him. He's waiting him out. Now let's talk about your trip.
Sure.
How was it?
It was awesome. It was a really fun time.
In and out, how many times?
Twice.
Okay, that's good.
Twice. But I did get delicious Mexican food.
Mm-hmm.
Got a nice al pastor burrito. Now, I was observing the burrito based on last week's conversation because it came unwrapped.
Oh, yeah, like a San Diego style kind of thing.
Yeah, and it held together.
Nice.
Now, it was
cut
one of those
in
burritos.
half.
It didn't have a rice in it. It wasn't like a burrito that was bursting at the seams.
Right, but was it cut in half?
No. No.
Well,
so I got in Friday. Oh, no, you got more about the burrito?
No. I said, I said, well, I was just gonna say, well, I see. I mean, it was just,
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I got in Friday night, had in and out. Saturday, I think I mentioned this on the stream that I had a plug at Universal. Plug came through.
Oh,
So
cool.
Brad and I went to Universal for the day. Universal Studios Hollywood, it's okay. If I hadn't already been to the one in Japan, because it was basically the stuff I wanted to see was exactly the same. Harry Potter park, same rides, same decor, same everything. The Mario park, slightly not as good as Japan, of course,
Yeah,
as you would
it's
expect.
very small.
and
It's small.
and you're not able to understand everything in your native Japanese as well, so it's
Right.
going to be a little bit different for you.
Right. So we had a nice time there. I got this. This is the only thing I have near me is a chocolate frog tin,
Oh yeah.
which Colin doesn't know anything about, but it has the wizard cards inside.
Is that from Harry Potter?
Yes. Yeah, this is from Harry Potter.
I read everything through Azkaban. Was that in any of those books? I don't remember that.
Yeah, this is in
The
the.
chocolate
This is
frog
primarily in the first book.
Oh, in the first book, yeah, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything about them, to be honest. I actually took Sorcerer's Stone off my shelf to read it again. I was like, oh, I did this. I've been doing this for years, like since Hogwarts Legacy, and I literally read the first chapter, and I'm like, I can't do this. And I just put it back on the shelf. I didn't even leave it on my table. I just put it back on the shelf. Like, I can't do this.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, Universal. It was 10 minutes because it's in Hollywood. It's like in the northern part. It's on the Universal lot. Like you can see their sound stages and stuff. So it was only a 10-minute drive down to Hollywood at the Dolby Theater where the Persona concert was. There's a question about that, so we'll go to that in a second. And then the following day, we had a meetup with some listeners who were very appreciative. I was getting made fun of for having the meetup last week. They had a great time. I had a great time. Brad had a great time. Just hanging out. We were in Little Tokyo. And of course,
Little taste of home.
Little taste of home in Little Tokyo. I was there. What was funny, I really wanted a coffee in the closest coffee shop. There was one like 2 blocks, but I was like, I'm going to go to this one here. They were having a collab event with a gacha game that's on PlayStation called Arc Knight's Endfield.
Oh, dude, I was just looking at that last night because it just came out.
Yeah.
I was just looking at that, and okay. So
I waited in this, like the line was kind of long because they were doing this Arc Knights thing. And when I got to the counter, I ordered and the lady was like, okay, which coaster do you want? I said, how about this young lady with blue hair?
Yeah, right.
And she laughed. I was like, I have no idea what this is, but I'll take a free coaster. So yeah, we had a great time. Then my flight got canceled. And then finally, what DMAC is referencing is that on Monday, Brad needed to record Summon Sign. And so his parents took me out to lunch, insisted on paying for me. Insisted. I was like, okay. And then when we were eating, Brad's mom was like, has Brad shown you the beach yet? And I was like, no. And I didn't tell her like, yeah, I don't, whatever about a beach.
Right.
I've seen beaches, but she was like, oh, well, you got to see the beach. So afterwards, they took me to Laguna Beach. We parked. We went down to the water. We're like climbing on rocks and stuff, seeing everything. It was nice.
What you say?
Yeah, it was beautiful.
I don't think I've ever been to Laguna Beach.
It was nice.
Yeah, maybe.
Dude, nice houses.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Around on the beachfront property, insane.
Yeah, they better be really nice for how fucking temporary they are.
Yeah. They're at least it's the first time I'd seen a beach that was so mountainous on the coast. Not really mountainous, but just like huge cliffs and stuff. So, but yeah, I had a nice time with them. They're super nice, super great people. And then I had my insane travel day getting home. Here I am, very tired, but I was mostly, dude, yesterday I was wrecked from that day of travel. Dude, it's not even that the problem is 3 flights. The problem is getting on and off 3 flights in a day. Because, there's people that they're standing at the gate way early.
Yeah.
Then when you get on the plane, it's a hassle trying to put your bag on. And then when you land, everyone stands up. Don't you hate that?
I do.
Dude.
Oh, yeah, you're in first class. So
Well, yeah, but
still.
but I don't take first class if I'm flying, unless I'm flying like at least halfway across the country or something. Like when I fly to Boston and New York, I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah, you can get through it.
Because it's not like a status thing. It's like I'm gonna lose it if I have to sit in this seat for 6 hours at this point.
Yeah.
No, but I hate that. It's like one of the most annoying things, and I intentionally like make it so that no one can pass me. Like, because I always sit on the aisle, so I'll be like, if I see someone like trying to like do their thing, and it's not one of those things where like the flight attendant will say like there are people with connecting flights that have to get off the flight, whatever, that's fine. But like people that just they think that like they're more important than everyone else, and it's like, no, you'll wait your exact turn. And I always let the people on the row across from me go first too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's good etiquette.
Please, it's nice. I insist.
Is that the prime reason you picked the aisle seat?
No, I picked the aisle seat because I have loose bowels.
Oh, I see.
Right.
The big thing for me is that if the flight is longer than 3 hours, probably I'm getting up, and I don't want to bother anyone. That stresses me the fuck out.
Oh,
especially on international flights where I've been like trapped, and I'm like, dude, I'm gonna have to get up like 5 times probably or something at least. Like this is like a 16-hour flight or whatever, So yeah, I always try to choose the aisle for that reason. It's less comfortable, but it just makes it so that I'd rather be the one interrupted than interrupting someone else.
In like if you're flying 16 hours, that makes sense. I don't think I've ever. Well, I must have, but I'm always window because I want to never be. I want to be completely out of everybody's way.
Yeah, that makes sense too. If I had more confidence in my bladder and my poop hole,
sure.
I would
wild.
I didn't have to say it like that. I don't know why I said it like that, but
yeah, wild choice.
Yeah, it was an interesting choice. If I had more confidence in that though, then maybe I would.
Fair.
I would do exactly what you did. Anyway.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dustin.
I can't stand bitchy people on flights either. And I understand the context. Like everyone, it was crazy trying to fly after this crazy snowstorm. But on my one flight, there was almost 0 overhead space left. But they didn't tell me to check it, or I would have. So I had to go all the way to the back of the plane. I'm trying to make my way back up, and there's like gridlock where there's people trying to get back. I'm trying to go forward. So I try to turn around, and those people won't go. And there's this woman nearby that's like, oh, well, I guess we're not flying. We're just going to stand in the aisle instead. I'm like, what do you fucking want me to do? So eventually got it figured out. But then I also had to bother someone because by the time I landed, my next flight was going to take off in 10 minutes.
Yeah, you're one of the people I was talking about.
Yeah.
So I asked the flight attendant, I'm like, is there any way I can move my bag somehow? Which for me, to try to ask someone this level of inconvenience, very difficult. But I did it. And the lady was very nice. I got to move my bag up. But then my next flight got delayed by like 2.5 hours.
Oh, well, that was still less stress,
Yeah, it was less stress. But
did you have an airport beer?
No, I don't. I love the idea of having beer at the airport. But I already have a tendency to get headaches when I fly. Just because of the cabin pressure and stuff like that. It's like, I don't want to risk it. So no airport beer.
Rough.
I did have a nice soft pretzel though, that I had to walk like a quarter mile to get in an airport, but it was worth it.
Very interesting travel situation for you. It'll be funny. Well, and you getting home so late, and Holly kind of being stranded as well, and with the weather in Pittsburgh, it'll be a very funny story to talk about at the baby's name day ceremony.
Oh, right.
Which
the auction.
Right. It's going to be very, very exciting. Sai Yanara wrote in. Said, hey, gents. This question is for Dustin since he went to the recent Persona concert. Not sure where you sat, but did you run into any issues with people standing up and jumping the entire concert? The 3 rows in front of me were almost all standing, but most of those on the side and behind me were sitting down. The 2 guys in front of me were understanding and sat down after I politely asked, but the others ahead of them refused to, even though they were at the front and had a clear view of the stage without standing. What made it more annoying is those people didn't even seem that excited to be at the concert and appeared to just be nonchalantly listening as if they were just there for the sake of claiming they went. Maybe it's just me, but if there are seats at a concert, you should enjoy while sitting down in respect for others, with the exception of some popular songs where it's expected to stand up and get hyped. Overall, I thought the concert was awesome and I had a blast, but wanted to know if you were just as annoyed with the people standing and jumping up in front of others the entire concert. Thanks, and hope you enjoyed the concert as well. So, yeah,
this was a weird situation where in my section, I was under the overhang on the first floor. So pretty decent spot, but not crazy. We were the only section that was sitting down partially. And then at some points in the show, half of the section would get up and I was right on the edge. So I also had to stand up for parts of it. And here's how I feel is that I would prefer to sit the entire concert, but I'm not going to knock people for standing at a high energy concert. You know, it's fine. My problem was, as he mentions, that there's just people. This was the concert flooded with annoying people. Kingdom Hearts fans at the concert, stinky. Nier fans were okay at that concert. The Persona fans, insanely cringe. People screaming like, dude. So the guy, one of the performers that's the rapper in the Persona 3 soundtrack, his name is Lotus Juice. And these dudes behind me, when he came on stage, were screaming his name over and over. And I'm like, dude, he can't hear you. You're not going to get Senpai's attention here, bro. It's not happening. So, and it just, yeah. I also don't know. So because this was a very Japanese focused concert, they had those little wand, like the light wands that you wave in the air.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, I'm not doing that.
Did you save it?
Doing that. Well, you have to pay for one.
Oh, they don't just like give them to you when you.
They don't just give them to you. And the guy beside me,
that's crazy,
was like this the whole show, and he would wave it in my face. And I was like, come on, man.
Yeah, come on, man.
Come on, man.
Yeah, like where you have to ask people to behave in some way. I hate that shit.
Yeah.
You know? I've never really had that situation where I'm talking to someone at a concert, but I just, it's so funny this comes up because I was just watching a clip of, I don't know what it was, like what it was, like the reason was, but of a Taylor Swift concert. And we talked about this in the past. It's like, what is this? What the fuck is this? Because you can't hear shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's really like an experiential thing.
Yeah.
Because you're not there for the music.
It's a worship service.
Yeah, it really is. It's like a religious thing. Like everyone's screaming and yelling every lyric. It's like you can't even hear the music, nonetheless, the lyrics. And I'm like, damn, this sucks. I would fucking kill myself if I had to go to a concert like that, personally. But
yeah.
Feature. And it's nothing against Taylor Swift. I actually think Taylor Swift's really quite talented. I just, the whole, it's like, ugh. Like it would be interesting if she had wouldn't it be kind of interesting if, and I'm saying this because I've been to a concert like this. I'll explain. A concert where they're like, we specifically are asking you not to make any noise. And now I saw Rufus Wainwright. Do you guys know who he is? He's like a singer-songwriter guy.
No.
This gay guy, like kind of show-tuney. My an ex a long time ago was into him, and I got kind of into him too. He was really great. And so I saw him at the Fox Theater in Oakland, and he had asked. He did like two parts, and he's like, for the first, like there's like a thing, a person comes on stage for the first part. It's like Rufus asks that no one claps, sings, says anything, or makes any noise for the first half of the concert. And what I remember so distinctly about it is he finishes his first song. It's dead silent, except for like one like humorously gay dude in the audience who's like, that was, yeah. And he's like, oh.
Oh, no.
Like, I remember that so.
He caught himself?
Yeah, it was so awesome. I like, that's like my biggest memory of that show. But I was like, it would be cool for someone even like Taylor Swift to play, not because she plays arenas, but to play like some sort of amphitheater or something for a ton of money and be like, it's like a totally, like you can cheer after the songs and get crazy, but like no singing, none of that. So you can hear the music.
Yeah.
Because that to me, I just don't understand the point.
Yeah,
Now,
I think I went to one concert like that. It was like Avatar, the show. They had like an orchestra kind of concert thing. But I think they did something like that too, where they were like, be silent between the things at the end. We'll let you know. We'll let you know when we can transition into a different space. But I like that.
Yeah. It's, dude, for the Persona 5 segment, they played the credit song, which is like this very slow, emotional, really a nice song. And there was like, some retard in the front that was like, Persona, like screaming. Because that's, when they summon their persona, they scream that. And it's like, dude.
Oh, man.
Don't. Not
boo,
now.
Boo.
Not now.
You should have booed him.
Yeah. But overall, I will say, despite the annoying people, the concert was incredible. I'm really glad I went out for it. And I had a great time. It was fun.
Cool, man. It's exciting. Now, did they play Persona 4 music? Yeah, you said it.
No.
Oh,
only Persona 3 and 5.
Oh, that's too bad. I was like, do they have like a female singer and like all this stuff for like Signs of Life and all this stuff? Like that would have been cool if they played some of those songs. I love those songs.
Yeah.
I love that. That Persona 4 soundtrack is authentically amazing.
That's my favorite of the three modern Persona games. But they had the actual singers from Persona 3 and Persona 5 there. So
right, like you were saying, the rapper and everything.
I don't know why. The only thing I can think is that they're just waiting for the remake.
Oh yeah,
maybe
they're
going to do more promotional stuff for Persona 4. Maybe they're working on the music for Persona 4 right now, so they didn't want to have her travel and stuff like that. So I don't know, but I would have loved that. So maybe next time.
Live concerts. Yeah. Standing during a show, not a standing room show, but like in seats. I think it depends on where you are, because I've definitely stood in seats many times.
Yeah.
And I've never been asked to sit down, and I've kind of looked behind me and seen people are like sitting, some people, but it's like, this is a whatever concert. I'm sorry. Like that we're not, this is not I'm trying to even think of an example. Oh, like when I saw the Gym Blossoms or something. It's like, I'm not sitting down. Like,
right.
how can you sit down? I've said this before. I've always been mystified when you're at a concert and someone's just like not moving at all, like just sitting and like staring at the stage.
Mm-hmm.
Like you look next to you and it's just, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not saying you have to have energy and get going all crazy, but like you're just not moving. Like there's nothing about it. But I've never had like, I don't think I've ever truly had like and I've been to many, as we've talked about before, a shit ton of concerts. All three of us have been. I mean, I've been to definitely, saying over 100 that's easy. I mean, no doubt.
Sure.
But, because again, I've seen 311 almost 40 times. So it's like and I've seen Dredge like 12 times and other things, it's like, so like you get to that number like after like 5 bands, because I love seeing the same shit over and over again, but then all the one-off bands. So it's probably like more like 150. And I don't think I've ever had like a truly awful experience at all. Every once in a while, the one thing that always bothers me is these used to happen at 311 shows when I was younger. It doesn't really anymore because everyone's old. But like, it's not a moshing show.
Mm-hmm.
311 plays fairly hard music, but it's not like, you're not like getting crazy with it. You're moving around and jumping and having fun. But every once in a while, someone like, you'll be close to the stage, someone will try to be like throwing elbows and like getting, and I've definitely like just like wholesale shoved people.
Yeah.
Like as hard as I can. Being like, no,
yeah.
Sure.
Don't even do it. Like that's about as close as it's ever gotten. If you're at a different show, then that's fine. But not
it's
that
fun
show.
to mosh, man. It's fun to, every now and again.
At the appropriate, for the appropriate music, in my opinion.
Like Enya.
Enya, right.
And yeah. I just remembered.
Another timely reference.
I forgot to wear my new shirt.
Oh yeah, there you go.
I got the live shirt.
What was that 50?
I think it was 40.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
I will, dude. Okay. So I pre-ordered this before I even left Pennsylvania because they sent an email. They're like, pre-order to pick it up, make it easy. Because these video game shows, the merch lines are insane.
Yeah.
I get there. We go to where the merch pickup is. And they're like, oh, this is the line. The line goes down the hall, into a stairwell, down all the stairs, outside, all the way across the front of the hotel, into a gas station parking lot, next door. And that was the only way to pick up merch. It was either wait in this line for an hour to pick up the merch I bought, which was like probably $70 worth of merch because I got the shirt, I got some enamel pins that are exclusive for the event. What are we doing? I try to make things easy by doing this fucking pickup. The organization was not great in that sense, but I got the shirt. So,
and you spent a lot of time with Brad. I mean, that's the big. Is Brad's bed in his room in the corner, or is it like in the middle of the room?
It's in the corner.
So, do you get the inside, or do you like the outside?
Well, it all depends on the night, I guess.
Yeah.
How things progress.
Just curious.
I like the idea of the answer being middle, no matter what.
Middle, yeah.
It's like really taking up space.
I know. Like in my master bedroom here, I have the bed in the middle, obviously, but like the corner bed, for like a normal, anything like a full size bed or smaller, I love the corner bed.
Mm-hmm.
Nice way to get out of the way, comfortable.
Yeah, maximize
cozy.
your space.
Yeah.
Putting the sheets on is a mess, though. That's kind of the problem with it. It's like I'm not doing this again. I'm too old.
You shouldn't change them. That's fine.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot. We're men.
Right.
We have to not change our sheets for 6 years.
I've been when I was in college, I didn't change my sheets. When I became an adult, I became very like fastidious about it. Like every week.
Yeah.
Every week.
Yeah.
Wow.
I do it about every week.
Holly and I are not quite every week. It's like every 2.5.
Wow.
That's valid. That's fine.
3.
There are people who go like, dude, like I remember I was over a friend of mine's house and I was like, you clearly haven't changed that pillowcase in like 5 months minimum.
Yeah, it's gross when you really think about it.
And I'm like, what are you doing?
Oh boy. Surge wrote in and said, hey guys, word through the grapevine is that some snow came rolling through since the last episode. How did you all make out? Colin, I'm assuming that your house was the most presentable and best plowed estate in all of the neighborhood. Even in the winter, the work must be done. Thanks, and keep that chicken warm. I will. So you missed it, but you came back into it.
Yes.
What happened up by you? Like, what was the situation? Just snow? A lot of snow?
Thankfully, just snow. So we didn't have any like power outages or anything like that. But we did get at least a foot. It might have been 13, 14 inches of snow. So it was it's pretty bad here. But it came all across Sunday. Like it was a slow burn. And so thankfully, my parents came like not on Sunday, but the next day, and they helped Holly. Like the big problem is that Frisk refuses to go to the bathroom when there's this much snow. So they went and dug her out like a little circuit.
Space. Yeah.
It's like a circle in our backyard where she can walk around. So they helped Holly out. But the problem now, I think I was telling Chris this before we started recording, is that it's too cold for the snow to melt. It's 15 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
So we just have giant piles of snow everywhere.
Is it snow now or is it ice?
Well, it's turning into ice now.
Yeah.
It's like real hard, crunchy snow.
Mm.
So I was out yesterday briefly and just driving around. It's like, dude, all of our two-way streets are mostly like one-way now because there's just so much snow piled up everywhere. There's nowhere to put it. But yeah, it's pretty bad. But we're doing okay. It's not like, there's places further south, maybe even a little south of you guys, where it's like there was ice like crazy and people don't have power. So thankfully that wasn't the case here, but hopefully anyone listening, well, if they don't have power, maybe they can't listen. They're just trying to survive out there right now.
Yeah, it's I'm a little frustrated. Well, because further south of me, as you were saying, it got fucked up for a lot of people with the ice and everything. But the meteorologists were so wrong about like the storm and like what was going to happen by me in Richmond, in the Richmond metropolitan area, that it's actually quite frustrating and comical, because they were saying at one point, like, you're going to get 24 inches of snow. And then like they started vacillating, and then it's like, it's going to snow, and then it's going to rain, and then it's going to do all. It just snowed 4 inches and sleeted, and it didn't rain at all. Everyone like freaked out around here, cleared out all the grocery stores or whatever because of the meteorology. And I was fascinated by this one thing I was reading, which was the most accurate predictive model of what was going to happen was an AI model. And I was like, it's kind of a good use of AI, because meteorology, like the systems of weather, are understandable. We just don't understand them. Like somewhere in there is a pattern of that can like be better understood. And, but the thing it's exactly what's happening with you, Dustin, is happening with us, is it's been fucking crazy cold here. For Virginia, it never gets this cold. It's been like 5 degrees, 10 degrees at night.
Oh,
and so
that's brisk.
And so everything is, that's why I was asking you, everything's just ice now. And I haven't, so my street is like perpendicular to the north-south cardinal directions or whatever. So my house faces south and the backyard faces north, basically a little bit off. But the reason I say this is because I've learned that if I shovel my driveway and like my sidewalk and stuff and just give it a little bit of exposure, even if it snows again and it's like another inch, the sun will get rid of it and it'll be gone. The people across the street from me get no sun on their driveways at all. So like, and some of them are like you've been to my house, like some of them are like going down hills and stuff like that. And it's like, they're fucked forever until it is ambiently warm enough, because they're never going to get sunlight baking that shit off. And then in our backyard, it's that problem for us. So we have the same thing with the dogs. I've been smart enough. I'm a northerner. I understand. It's like, you got to get out there. And if you know it's going to get cold, you got to get the snow off the ground. So I did that and made it so it was good for the dogs, because it's the same thing. It's not that they don't necessarily want to be out there as much as they get confused where they are, and they just start peeing and pooping in random places. And I'm like, you're peeing on the fucking porch, dude.
Yeah, they don't know how to differentiate it.
Right. So I try to like clear it out.
You can't use salt either, because it fucks with dogs.
Right. And it fucks with your concrete and shit like that too. We have some salt alternative that's pretty good that Micah bought, actually on Chewy, I think. Interestingly. But yeah, so that's the problem. And so it's been really, really cold. It's not been above freezing at all here. And they've not plowed our roads. Dude, the road, I've never, ever in my life seen roads like they are here right now, where it's like, they're ice. If I wish I had my skates with me. I think they're at my mom's. I'd be like, I could skate on the road, no doubt.
What about your pool?
The pool's covered. It's iced. The pool is iced over. And then I have a pump to like get rid of the excess water, which is just frozen in.
Yeah.
And whatever. So
it would be cool to skate on it. I mean, obviously it's covered. You don't want to do that, but you'd have a little like rink.
Yeah, it's too small. Some people do that. Like there are ways to like prepare your pool in the winter to do stuff like that if it's big enough, or if you want to do that. I've kind of have this fantasy of moving to New England at some point in the future. Like Micah and I kind of want to go back north, not anytime soon, but in like 10 years, 20 years, whatever. And I want to just have a little bit of space and just build like a really rinky dink little like rink. And I would, dude, I just say this as a young hockey player when I was a kid, and I lived in Maine and New Hampshire for years, and Massachusetts. It's like over the winter, I would live in Long Island in the summer with my dad, but it's like we knew where the ponds and all the spots were. I would skate all the time. If I had that kind of access to ice, the best.
But now here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna get access to an ice rink in about 20 years. Is what you're saying.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna be 61.
You're gonna skate around when you're like 60. I mean, I guess it's not that unreasonable. The 60 is actually pretty young.
Not at a competitive level for sure, Chris.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't even know how time works anymore. I look at Dick Van Dyke and I'm like, I guess none of this is.
It's incredible.
I guess I just don't fundamentally understand.
It's incredible. When I look at the Dick Van Dyke Show and I'm like, dude, how is that possible that is you?
That he's still around and he's like completely cogent.
Yeah.
Is fucking crazy to me.
It is.
Someone's
awesome.
got to leak his regimen or something. You know what I mean? Like, so he's got to like say like, this is what I do all the time. I would do it because clearly he understands something that nobody else understands.
I just think about someone his age because he just turned 100, right? So it would be like, imagine living, from my perspective, it's like, imagine living your life now and then you get 60 more years. So twice, 1.5 times more time than you've already lived all the way back to the mid 80s. You know, it's like Jesus Christ, that's so much time.
Like, imagine being an old man for longer than you've ever been anything else.
Right. Yeah, because he's been old for like 35 years at least.
If 60 is old, which it is, you know, I mean, it's not, you know, it's not elderly, I guess, or it's not like decrepit, but it's old. That's 40 years of being old.
Right. That's a good point.
Wow.
You get like, you know, a couple years as a toddler, a couple years as a kid, solid like 8 or 10 years as a teenager, more or less. It's the majority that it like most of that's crazy. I can't conceptualize it. It's insane.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You're absolutely right. Good for you, Dick Van Dyke.
Yeah, congratulations.
So the weather situation's fine. Now the problem is that I don't know what it says now. Let's see. I have it's supposed to snow again this weekend. That's what they're saying. Now
Oh man.
It's the famous New England snow on top of snow. Or I'm sure this happens in Pennsylvania too. But I don't know if that's, let me see here what it says I'm on AccuWeather. We have a winter storm watch. Extreme cold. 4 to 8 inches on between Friday and Sunday. We're supposed to get 4 to 8 inches.
Damn.
Friday and Sunday?
Between Friday and Sunday, yeah, it's supposed to just, I guess, Friday night, Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Those are inches.
We're not supposed
days.
to get this one.
So it is what
you guys.
I like a winter. Yeah. I don't mind. That was the whole thing. So that was the thing about the missed weather, by the way, was they were like, your shit's going to get fucked because it's going to, eventually they're like, no more 24 inches of snow 2 days ago. No, we're wrong. It's going to rain. Right. That was like their whole thing. And we were like, oh no, you know, my mom has a Generac. I said this, I think last week, and I was teasing her via text. I'm like, you kind of want the power to go out. Right. Like if you had it, I'm like, I would kind of want to flex a little bit. You look out the window, sure. Everyone's houses are dark except for that person with the Generac. You wanted it to happen, but it didn't happen. Will it happen this week? I don't know. We had to get Instacart today because we can't leave.
Well, dude, meanwhile, over here, we've got a record high tomorrow.
I saw that you're in Southern California, but I saw yesterday from when we were recording, the hottest metropolitan area in the United States was San Francisco.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I was like,
because isn't San Francisco like typically like kind of cold?
Yeah. That was the whole thing. It was 53, I think. They were saying at like 7 a.m. or something. And it was like the warmest metropolitan area or something like that. Yeah. So I think it was 2 days ago or 1 day ago. Yeah.
Very weird.
Yeah, it is. I miss that weather too, but I like the seasons. I like a good winter. People are saying these winters are like the last 2 winters have reminded people of the winters of the 80s, which I don't specifically remember, but apparently on Long Island, there were bad blizzards like almost every year. So who knows? All right. We're running long. We could just get rid of this one. Let's see. Oh yeah. I wanted to bring you guys through this, and we'll get rid of this one too. I have so this is a football related thing, guys. I don't want you to gloss over because I have an interesting story that I want to present to you. Like, imagine if this was just a piece of fiction. Okay. Sure. I'll present Big Mom fan and the inquiry here first, and then I'll tell you what I was thinking. It says, this is for Colin, and I apologize to all the nerds listening who don't want to hear about sports. How does it feel knowing that the quarterback your team drafted and shipped off after labeling him a bust is now going to be playing in the Super Bowl against your wife's team, aka the dynasty that terrorized your division for 2 decades? Is it as bad as Aaron Rodgers bad-mouthing the Jets after beating them in week 1 and making the playoffs this year with the Steelers? Or is the pain softened by knowing Sam Darnold also played poorly when he was at other poorly run organizations? Will you be taking it as a small win around Micah if Sam and the Seahawks beat the Patriots? After all, Darnold was forged in the fires of MetLife. I'll hang up now and listen while I continue researching ACL and LCL reconstruction recovery timelines. Thank you for writing in. I have an interesting story for you guys. I don't want to bore you. Do you know who Sam Darnold is? Does that name sound familiar to you at all?
No.
Not even a little bit.
Sam Darnold's a quarterback, and we drafted him out of USC, I want to say, or it was a UCLA. It was one of those, USC, I think. The Jets did in 2018, third overall. So promising. That's like a pick you use if you really believe in the player. And he played for the Jets for 3 years until 2020. He went 13-25 as a starter. Not very good. And we were like, all right, bye. And then he bounces around to a few teams. He goes to Carolina for a couple of years, and it's like whatever. He went to the Niners for a year, and it was whatever. But last year he played for the Vikings and had this amazing year, this like insane year. And the Vikings have a young quarterback that they already had drafted. So they're like, we don't really need to, you know, you have a salary cap and you need to spend your money wisely. So they're like, we don't really need this guy, though he's great. And they like let him go. And he signed with the Seahawks. And the Seahawks are now in the Super Bowl with him. The Seahawks are playing the Patriots, right? The Patriots are the bane of my existence. It's funny because I've really softened on just being, I hate the Patriots, right? Like, but my wife's a diehard Patriots fan, and I want good things for her as well. So I've kind of, I wouldn't say I root for anything. That's not going to happen, but I kind of just lay off, congratulate you on a win. Good for you, happy for you kind of thing. But I didn't expect them to get this close and then maybe even win another Super Bowl, which is intolerable. I'm just going to be honest with you, like totally intolerable. Now, here's where this story comes in. Imagine a cosmic situation, happenstance. Is it possible that the Jets drafted Sam Darnold in 2018 and all of this happened since then in order to put him in position to be the man who stops the Patriots? Because the Jets and the Patriots can't play in the Super Bowl. And that's not possible. They're both in the same conference. It's about the two conferences sending their winners against each other. So that's an impossible matchup. He had to go to an NFC team in order to stop the Patriots from winning the Super Bowl. And I'm like, that's some story, dude. You know, maybe it was all meant to be, in other words, depending on the outcome of this game, that we brought him into this world, into the NFL world, but had to release him in order for him to be in this position right then, right there.
Right.
To stop them.
1,000 lifetimes of planning.
Right. It's possible.
I mean, that seems like this is a little bit, I mean, it's not exactly the same, but spiritually, this is kind of how I feel. I don't follow sports that much. I don't follow baseball that much, but whenever the Dodgers win, I go, oh, that's the Brooklyn Dodgers.
You're right. Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like you just take credit when things are good. It's like, I mean, that's an interesting. I like the roundabout nature of that. Like, you could write something like that, I think.
Yeah, it's like it's a good story. It's funny, man. Like they're part of my family, my mom's side of the family are Mets fans because they were Dodgers fans. Mm-hmm. And when the Dodgers left, the Mets were an expansion team in the 60s. And that I think a lot of Dodgers, like spurned Dodgers fans, became Mets fans, which is interesting too. Yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to present that. I know it's not the most exciting. It's a sports thing. You guys aren't into it, but it's like, is it possible that there was this cosmic thing that he had to be it's like a meteor coming towards Earth. It's coming. You just need something that was deployed to just knock it off course just a little bit. So it's a little late or a little early to the planet and just misses. That could be Sam Darnold.
Is it accurate to say, from my impression, everyone hates the Patriots, but Patriots fans?
They're like the Yankees kind of in that regard because they're so good.
I would imagine Pittsburgh people, while they're not amped for anything with the Super Bowl, they're going to be rooting for Seahawks over Patriots.
Oh, definitely. Well, because the Steelers are in the same conference as the Patriots, so they have history too, you know.
Right.
The Seahawks and the Patriots in the normal course of the league would only play each other once every 4 years. But theoretically, the Patriots and the Steelers could play every year, depending on what happened. And the Jets and the Patriots do play every year. So there's just going to be different levels of animosity. depending on that.
Sure.
So that's my, I'm happy. I just want to also say, because a lot of people are being like, oh, how do you feel about your old quarterback that you got? I'm like, I'm happy for him. Personally. I know what the Jets do to players. I know what they do to everyone that's involved with the organization. It's awesome that he got away, and I'm rooting for him. It'd be awesome for him to win. And then that would also really bring the story together as well. They have to win. Otherwise, everything I just said is made up. Big Mom fan, thank you for writing in. All right. Let's get into the news. Just a few things to get through this week, but I think it'll be fruitful. We've been talking over the last weeks and months about the potential of a PlayStation 6 delay. We're talking about PlayStation 6 like it's real. It is. But we're also talking about it like it's been announced and revealed. It hasn't been, and it isn't announced and revealed. But the rumors from reliable sources, including our own Tom from Moore's Law is Dead, say that the console was being planned for fall 2027. And obviously you have to get these things going early and figuring things out and knowing what you're doing. And I would be surprised if their plan for the console has not already been locked in for a long time in terms of what it is. But we've been wondering, based on the economic situation and really the destruction that the AI industry has wrought on the manufacture of components, that it might delay the PlayStation 6 because the console would be extremely expensive to manufacture. And I went into how I don't know if that really is super relevant to Sony, because you would have to assume that they have a lot of contracts in place. But my assumption is that the contracts are in place perhaps for X million units. And so once you get through that, then you're going to have to go back to market pricing and not the prices you locked down already. And it's going to be a big disaster. In other words, PlayStation 6 is going to be incredibly expensive at a time when they're trying to make the consoles cheaper, but at a time when inflation is wringing the value of the dollar out and things are kind of conspiring unholily. Over at Video Games Chronicle, they write, PlayStation 6 release date is likely to be delayed longer than forecasts suggest, analyst says. So they cite a Japanese language insight report from Sandstone Insights Japan, which you can read and translate in your browser. It comes from a guy named David Gibson. David Gibson comes from MST Financial. I was reading about MST Financial just to see what is it? Why do we care about what this guy has to say? Fairly substantial Australian company, financial company. So they would definitely know what was going on if you read about them. And while Gibson says, according to Video Games Chronicle in this report, this Japanese language report, that Sony's actually doing so well that they expect that Sony is actually going to surpass their financial guidance, which is a great sign for the company based on the performance of PlayStation. He threw in this little comment. There's not much to say here except for this one quote. It says, quote, Sony expects the PS5's life cycle to be extended, and the PS6's release is likely to be delayed longer than many expected. There's a lot in that one sentence, because what it's basically saying is that their connections to Sony are the ones that are saying this, plus the delay is already baked in, delayed then longer than anyone expected.
Right.
So pretty hefty sentence in terms of what they're saying and what they're meaning. Now, is this from Sony? Is this guidance from Sony itself? No. Could it be wrong? Of course. But I think it suggests what we all understand internally, which is we do not need new consoles. Times are different. And it's really interesting to think that it would be next calendar year that we would get the console under the old timeline. I don't know why, guys. I know we've said this before. It doesn't feel too fast. It feels light speed too fast. It's weird. And really, it was what we were talking about years earlier in the passage of time and everything. And Dick Van Dyke. It's like it doesn't feel like this console's old. At this point in the PS1's life cycle, we already had PS2. At this point in the PS2's life cycle, we already had PS3. And then from PS3 to PS4 would be next year, and then PS4 to PS5 would be next year again. So we're in the time. It makes sense that things would be bubbling, and yet all signs point to it not happening. Chris, what are your thoughts here on this unholy alliance of all of these factors conspiring to make it so that PlayStation 6 just doesn't make any sense.
I mean, look, I'm selfishly happy about it, to be honest. Like, I don't think we need it. I don't think it's necessary. I'm not excited at the prospect of a new console. I think I even said, like, in one of the stories that we talked about previously that had to do something like this, where, like, if I wasn't on a show about PlayStation, like, I don't think if next year were to happen, I don't know if I would be compelled to really get the machine. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure, really. Like, it seems too soon, and there's a lot of reasons why. Like, the generation has felt a little bit indistinct. Took a little while to get going. There is also just the unusual cross-generational nature of this machine versus previous machines that makes it feel a little bit more like we didn't really get that much substantial. Obviously, we did SSD, all that stuff. It is a night and day difference in a lot of ways, but not in the ways that are front facing and obvious. And so, yeah, it just kind of leaves the generation feeling somewhat underwhelming, and that underwhelming nature makes it feel like it hasn't really been going on as long, because we haven't seen really huge examples of like why the machine is impressive outside of the load time thing, which to be fair, we might take for granted at this point. That is also probably happening. But I can't remember the last time I was like, I saw something that came out of a PS5 game and I thought like, oh, this machine is like really, really, this is something. Maybe early Ratchet, like that first Ratchet game where they were zooming through like the different spaces, and then you find out that you could just do that on PC also.
Yeah, they just lied about
that. So it was. I mean, obviously that was always going to be the case. Obviously, technology is going to improve that way, but like, yeah, it's just there's an identity crisis going on, and I think we could stand to have a couple more years to get a couple more heavy hitters. The fact that like our big tentpole studios in the first party don't really have as many chances to go per generation also kind of contributes to that. But I think a big part of this, outside of just the AI thing, is just like, I think people are reading the tea leaves fairly accurately that things, look, to put it lightly, things economically are not going to be going well for a minute. Things are kind of trending in a very concerning direction. And I think as, if you're building a machine to enter market in the next year and you're kind of expecting the obvious, it's just like, well, people are not going to shell money out for this thing. Not only is there like a lack of like interest and a lack of need, there's also a lack of, even by the time that this machine would be out, there's probably going to be a severe lack of even just basic ability for even people who are just, even if they're just tangentially curious, or like maybe they want new hardware, even if they're not that into it. It's going to be a hard sell. Especially considering the components are going to be way more, like this machine's going to be crazy expensive in comparison to, I would imagine, previous consoles that we've had per dollar amount.
The thing is that it wasn't supposed to be. That's the problem. Like if you listen to the original reporting, they were actually saying it was going to be a cheap console, and that's just not possible to do now.
Yeah, it really is just like a perfect storm of just everything going wrong, which ironically ends up in a place where I think benefits the PS5 a little bit, where it just has a little bit more time to just kind of get some stuff out. Because, dude, like the fact that we're only getting we're getting one Naughty Dog game in the entire PS5 generation, even with that extension.
Yeah, they'll never make another one in this generation, I don't think. Maybe there is that second game. Maybe it is a PS5 game too, but I don't know.
Well, what I'm saying is like just like the how often
I totally agree with you. I mean, it's because games take longer to make, there's just fewer defining games for the console. You're going to need to have more time for those games to get out. Things are just different. I know people lament, and it makes sense. It's like the Uncharted trilogy was all on PS3, and I'm like, I know, man, but it's different.
It's different times.
It sucks, but it's just different. Dustin, where are you on this PlayStation 6 purported delay? I mean, again, to reiterate, I do think it's important to note that this comment from a well-connected analyst is saying that Sony is saying this, and based on the verbiage indicates that some sort of delay is already in the cards, but that the delay might be worse.
Yeah. I'm of two minds about this. There's what I personally want and what I think makes sense for Sony and the industry as a whole. I think that there's a degree where the biggest system seller of the entire console generation is yet to come out. With Grand Theft Auto 6, I would assume, but the biggest system seller since launch, because obviously,
I mean, there's nothing to assume. I mean, that's definitely going to be a thing.
So I think that they're looking at this from not only the fact that this machine could be very prohibitively expensive, but they're having a hard time still getting people to move over from PS4 to PS5. I just saw a report or a tweet or something that they're like putting like ads in the PlayStation Store on PS4, like really trying to be like, hey, we got a new system here. You might want to move off of this thing. So from that sense, they're like, man, there are so many people that are going to buy PS5 this year, whether it's a PS5 or a PS5 Pro for Grand Theft Auto. And then the following year, we're going to put out a new console that could be prohibitively expensive and ask people to upgrade then. That doesn't sound like a recipe for success, especially as Chris mentioned, all the other economic factors alongside it. It makes total sense for them to wait for the time being. And two, with so many people getting PS5 from Grand Theft Auto or other games, that there's a lot of life still in this console. So on the personal side, this is disappointing to me because I feel like PS5 is been very good, but there have been examples of big games that it just wasn't quite there, particularly on base PS5. I'm thinking specifically of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, where if you are the type of person that wants to play that on performance mode, it was pretty soft. Pretty soft. And I guess, I mean, maybe it's a Square Enix problem, but also like Final Fantasy 16 was a game that was like, this isn't quite there yet. So some of these problems are being fixed with PlayStation 5 Pro for people who care about it. Some of these problems are getting worse on PlayStation 5 Pro for certain games as well. So there is that element.
Good.
The other thing too is just, I'm very curious about this next gen and what Tom had reported with Moore's Law is Dead, that the focus on AI upscaling, AI frame generation, and a lot of that has been slowly getting way better on PC. I think early on people were really against frame generation because of the input lag, and they were against upscaling because of the artifacts it introduced, but it's getting so insanely good. And so I'm really curious about what a proprietary Sony PSSR on PlayStation 6 looks like and what that could do, particularly for people like us that really care about their performance in games. I really feel like PlayStation 6 is going to be the console where hopefully performance is like really locked down. That may or may not end up happening, because I think that's always wishful thinking for the next gen. They're like, oh, this is going to be the generation where it's all good. But anytime there's new hardware, developers will want to push things as far as possible, and often performance gets disregarded. Less so now than ever before, which is great. But I love new hardware, so I would want to see what's next, but I totally get why it needs to be pushed back. And PlayStation 5 Pro still has plenty of room to grow. There's the big reporting from Tom, once again, is about a PSSR 2.0 that is going to be a massive improvement for the PlayStation 5 Pro. We've never seen anything like that in the console space, where a console is going to get an update that makes the performance across the board way better. Kind of interesting. So maybe when that comes out, that will kind of alleviate my feelings of wanting a new console. But I totally get it. I think it's the right move. But man, this RAM shortage situation is just incredibly annoying for everybody, whether you're a console or a PC gamer.
B Cops wrote in. So good day, Sacred Gens. Hope all is well. With reports saying that the PS6 could see a significant delay, do you all see this as a positive? Personally, I'm completely fine with my PS5 Pro and digging through the endless backlog for the foreseeable future rather than thinking about my current gen console becoming slightly more obsolete sooner than later. Sure, these companies want to push these out to appease investors and gain that added revenue, but wouldn't Sony benefit to just keep selling more of their current machine for longer? If it's still selling very well anyway, especially when it feels like this generation's full potential has yet to be reached. Take care. It's interesting, B-Cops, because I think Sony's in a little bit of a pincer, but I feel like the situation they're in is not necessarily that bad. I was thinking about the contracts with PS6. I was bringing that up earlier. We're just making assumptions, but I talking to people that like Tom and others, like these things are planned out so far in advance. You have to clear the field and like get your partners in line and get the assets you need to, the components. Like it's a big, making a console is very difficult. That's why part of why they're so expensive. Because you have to make that money back somehow, although you make your money back usually on software and services and all the rest. But my assumption on that is if they do have these like pre-AI bastardization of the market prices locked in for PS6, but they don't really want to launch the console and they want to get out of them, I imagine the various manufacturers, the components would be like, that's great. Like, we don't want to make this shit for you either. When we can be making things way more expensive for other companies that need things on the fly. So from that angle, it's like, well, there's probably no big deal being like, never mind. But I also feel like, and this goes back into what we've been saying about PS4 specifically, is that there are just so many people lingering on PS4. I know I've said this a lot of times, especially in the last year, but it's like, it's hard for me to envision a generation coming in which there are now going to be just 3 generations of console. It feels like things are not concluded, specifically on PS4. And it's like you were saying, Dustin, like they're being more aggressive, sending people messages and shit like that, being like, your console is fucking 13 years old. You might want to move over to the new one that came out 6 years ago or whatever. So I think that they're just like, they have to deal with problems, perceivable problems from just many different angles. And the one thing that I do agree with you totally in, and I don't really disagree with you at all, B-Cops, it's just the thing that I really think you nail is this should benefit Sony. It's the same thing as like PS4 just kind of doing well. It benefits them. This is just, they've amortized all of the cost of PS4 at this point. Just having people percolate on PlayStation Network, playing Fortnite and paying for PS Plus or whatever, it's like, they don't give a shit. That's like pretty profitable for them. I think that, Dustin, you had brought up PS5's Grand Theft Auto is going to obviously sell. PS5, it's clear, in my opinion, it's fairly clear that PS5 is going to outsell PS4. Because I just think you're going, like ultimately, because I think you're going to see this massive burst of PS5 sold around the world for Grand Theft Auto. Especially with the Xbox being so finished as a console, there's no it's not like when it wasn't even really competition, because when Grand Theft Auto 4 came out, everyone loved 360, but there were options. You could play it on PS3. Millions of people bought it there. It's just like, it's going to benefit PlayStation overtly in getting PS5s out into the wild and getting, like you said, this last burst. I wonder what it means for games in the pipeline. We don't really know what it means to be a PS6 game. And what I mean by that is like, are there really going to be PS6 games at first? Or we've talked about this in the past, or is it going to be some sort of like soft intergenerational thing, knowing that people are really not going to want to move over? That's the one thing that I'm really curious about, is like what it means for some of these games. In other words, is it just like a series of graphical sliders and stuff, and they're like, yeah, this will be a more beefy version on PS6 and a less beefy version on PS5? I don't know. I that's the thing that I wonder about, is all of that preparation, getting all the marketing in place, like all of the wheels in motion. But it's just clear that this thing is not needed and not wanted. And by the way, I want to be clear. If they announced it, people would be excited about it. It would sell millions of units in the first quarter. It's kind of more about what happens in quarter 3, quarter 4, year 2, year 3. Like, once you satiate that level of demand from your hardcore audience, what else is there? And if it's going to not take off, then it's really not worth it. Those same enthusiasts will just play on PS5. So I'm kind of hoping that this is true. The one kind of bummer about it is Project Canis, which is going to get caught up in this whole thing, which is the handheld. Because and that to me is like, man, maybe we should have just gone for the PS5 handheld. Maybe that was the move. And maybe that's what they'll end up doing. Maybe that could be rejiggered in some way behind the scenes, with components and your architecture and all the rest. We're going to talk in a minute about a handheld PS4 that a person just randomly made. So yeah, I think that kind of seals it. I think that we'll see the console probably no earlier than 28 now, and maybe even later than that. But I don't know. I wonder. It's very dangerous to be relying on old hardware because it could become pretty obsolete and you might not be able to be nimble enough to change. But it should be a moneymaker because, again, you've amortized a lot of your cost.
When are you thinking this thing's going to come out now?
Probably, yeah, I would say 28 earliest and maybe even 29, but I just feel like
30's pushing it, right?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, I even 29 is kind of pushing it just because it's like, well, really, like, but I personally have no aversion to it.
Yeah,
I was playing my NES well into the NES era, and I was playing my SNES well into the N64 era, right? Like I was buying SNES games when the N64 was out. Like
I'm playing Xbox 360 games right now. Like I'm fine. But
that's the whole thing.
But yeah, like I don't know, like so I would imagine, like my base guess is actually 29 because they say, oh, it's going to be delayed more than they thought. I don't imagine that the delay that they factored in would have been just a few months. Like I would imagine that would have been a full year to hit that fall. And if it's later than that, I kind of feel like the same logic would go. So if it was supposed to be 27 and it's delayed, that's fall 28. Mm-hmm. And if it's later than expected, I don't imagine that that's not fall 29.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like
that totally sound logical.
I don't know if I'm reading too hard into it, but that's what it seems like it's saying to me.
Well, reading into these things is part of the fun. And these guys make big financial bets based on this stuff too. Sony is also, as a wider company, we talked about this with the kind of the divestment of their TV business, and I feel like they're becoming an entertainment company before, like more and more. They've been an entertainment company since the 80s. We've talked about this many times. CBS Music, Columbia Pictures, all these things that they absorbed and became Sony Sony Music, Sony Pictures. And then PlayStation was really the third leg of the stool. I feel like they understand what time it is and that ultimately it's going to be more about content than delivery in the long term if they want to survive. Because the tech industry is becoming, I mean, I say this as a bit of a moron with this stuff, but I can tell like the tech industry is becoming splintered. I remember when I saw that stuff from Intel when they're like, we lost, I was like, damn, dude, what? Like one of the titans, one time, like legit titans of all things computing, processors and whatever, Intel going, original investor in Apple and all the rest. It's like, and they're like, yeah, we just can't catch up. And I'm like, damn, it's becoming serious out there. Like there's going to be like very sophisticated electronics companies and there's going to be like mass production electronics companies. And then there's going to be a ton of losers. And I think Sony very wisely realized this when doesn't Sony own like the Michael Jackson music catalog and like all, like they've realized this for a long, I think Pink Floyd and shit like that. They've known this for all these films. Getting Spider-Man from Marvel for what, $5 million or something like that in 97, 98. It's like hysterical when you look back at it. It's like, the fuck were you going to do with that? $5 million?
Insane.
Do you know the story behind that is that they apparently were offered like a bunch of other shit and they said no to it. And they came back and said that we just want Spider-Man. But it ended up being weird shit. Like I think Ant-Man was one of them.
Yeah, they were offered like a pretty extensive, like Captain America, I think was one of them. And Iron Man also. But
yeah, Iron Man, that was the big one where they were, and I think they were like, no one cares about any of that. Like we want Spider-Man and we'll give you like $7 million. They were right at the time, but man, the history of the MCU and Sony Pictures would have been very different if they just took all of it.
Yeah, I think it was the right. I still think it was the right call to do that, because I don't know if you would have gotten a good Iron Man movie if Marvel wasn't forced to do it. You know, like the only reason they did Iron Man is because they had nothing else.
Right, that's true.
Iron Man kind of sucked, or like at the time, like nobody really gave a shit, and they made something out of it.
It's funny because when I was a kid, I liked that character a lot. I didn't really know much about him. I had an action figure with all the armor pieces and stuff, and I was like, I think Iron Man's super dope. And like everyone hated Iron Man, and I was like,
Right.
why? I think he's, but I didn't really know about him, so it wasn't like I learned everything I knew about Iron Man. I ended up learning from the movie, basically. I think there was a cartoon. Was there a cartoon?
Yeah, I'm sure there was. There was the era of Iron Man that you probably got into though was when he looked. It's so funny looking at it because he kind of looks like G.I. Joe Mega Man.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like from that era, like the really simple shapes and like the bulbous kind of armor.
Yeah, and like gun arms and all that kind of stuff. I love that. Yeah,
totally
94 to 96. Yeah, that's what I remember that Iron Man cartoon, and that must have been the figure I had, the action figure.
Right.
He's super cool. I love his like thing.
Yeah.
Like Mega Man has the arm cannon, which is cool, but he has like the thing in his actual palm, which I think is kind of
right.
neat. Very, because it's cool for effects and all that. I like that. I even like the MCU version of Iron Man. I'm not that I've seen him I saw the first 2 Iron Man movies, so it's not like I've seen everything, but I like him. He's cool. He's fun.
Yeah, they did good. That first movie is really great.
Oh, dude, it's so good.
CGI and it's really good too. Still, by the way, just hilarious.
I remember I saw it in the theater, and I remember thinking like, I like Iron Man. Yeah, yeah, he's cool.
I think I like this.
Yeah, but it was before it felt novel at the time.
Right.
Then they like just ran it into the ground. All right, we'll keep an eye obviously on all things PlayStation 6. Certainly going to be good for business for us.
Mm-hmm.
When PlayStation 6 is revealed or leaked. I was thinking recently about when Project Orbis started leaking, which ended up being PS4. I was one of the people that leaked some of the stuff about it when I was still a journalist, and how there were just people working on stuff, and it's got to be the same now. Although, like, I don't know if you guys remember, I was the one that ended up like leaking the controller because like
really?
I knew people that were like working on it, and it was like you guys might remember that there was like a picture circulating of what looked like a PS4. It was the PS4 controller, but everyone's like, "What the fuck is this?" Like, because like when you look, I have it here. Well, this is not the color of it, but it's like when you look at it, you're like, and you saw it for the first time, you're like, "What the fuck is this?" It looked like, and I remember people being like, "Is that a screen?" Like all sorts of different shit, and then I'm the one who wrote a piece because I knew people that were using it, being like, "Yeah, that's it. That is it. This is the controller," you know. And then people were. So it's like, I feel like that stuff's going to start happening soon, although these games are almost certainly constructed to spec on PC with PS5 controllers. So, and in the world of leaks, and we're going to talk about leaks in a little while, in the world of leaks, they're probably going to have to be more careful about that than ever. Like Nintendo obviously got very gun shy with Switch 2. People still we don't have a Switch 2 dev kit, but that's to be expected. But it's like, no one does. Because they were afraid of what people are going to do with them. All right. Just thought this was interesting. This comes from Matt Piscatella over on the social media app Blue Sky. Matt Piscatella, of course, is a senior director of Circana and in charge of their video game stuff. Circana tracks American sales for game hardware, game software, and a shit ton of other things in other industries as well. I just thought this would be fun to go through. Dustin, some hope for you, first of all. Only 49% of PS5s sold in the United States in 2025 did not include physical media drives. So a little more than half of people are buying a disc drive PS5. Xbox hardware, it's up to 66%. So much more digital. That makes sense because of the Game Pass. Does that make you feel good in your loins?
Well, I wonder even if it, like when you buy a PS5 Pro, you cannot buy a version that's disc drive.
Right.
So that probably counts, but
it does count. Yeah, I would assume it counts because we're going to talk about
many people like myself bought the disc drive afterwards. So yeah, that makes sense to me. I'm glad people are still interested in physical games.
13. This is a big one for me, in my opinion. It's not for me. I mean, I don't give a shit. But 13% of PS5 purchases in 2025 in the US were Pro models. This is apparently totally in line with PS4 Pro. Very interesting considering the price differential. Although money is different now than it was when the PS4 Pro came out. So people are looking for the Pro, and that's going to satiate, to our earlier point, people's need for a higher performance console. And this I really love to see. PlayStation Portal has a 7% attach rate to PS5 hardware life to date. That's pretty awesome. That means that's a lot of people playing the Portal. This has to be a nice surprise for Sony. And again, one of the impetuses behind probably Project Canis. So wanted to just share, nothing too crazy, but wanted to share some interesting year to date or life to date numbers, as well as year to date from 2025. So again, 49% of US PS5 sold didn't include physical media. 13% of PS5s purchased in the United States in 2025 were Pros. And PlayStation Portal has a 7% attach rate life to date on PS5 hardware, indicating that it's sold, a few million units in the United States. Pretty nice.
Not bad.
And it is such a special device, isn't it, Dustin?
I was trying to search because I saw a tweet or something about someone speculating about an OLED PlayStation Portal, but I can't find if this is like any kind of solidified rumor. But so just the question, they released a PS5 Portal Pro with an OLED screen, and the main thing it needs is better Wi-Fi. Like the Wi-Fi chip in it is old as shit. Would you be interested in that?
I don't know if that I would be, to be honest. Like, I feel like, would I probably get it? Yes, but it's like, I really have to, I look at it's very similar to how I felt about, in reverse, OLED Vita, right? People loved. And then when they released the Vita 2, basically the slimmer version, they got rid of the OLED to save costs. And I was like, this is still great. Like so I don't know that I really need, it's a streaming device, right? It's not playing native games and doing all this. So I don't know, but like you're saying, would the Wi-Fi chip help the streaming? I mean, the streaming is already flawless. I don't know. Like, again, I don't know. I have a very consumer level bullshit internet connection situation in my house, and it works perfect. So I don't know how much, like, I guess it can get better, but I don't know how.
This leak came from the Twitter account Zuby Tech. I have no idea if that person has any validity. But so just as a hypothetical, that's what would get me interested, is just if it had better Wi-Fi in it in order to get rid of some of the weird hitching and dropouts and stuff like that. But an OLED screen would be nice too.
Yeah, I mean, I guess pricing would be important too. I think one of the reasons that Portal is successful is because I think it's quite affordable at $200. It's the same price as the Edge, isn't it?
It sounds
it's in that
right.
range,
which is like, I think that's a great. I wonder if they'll be able to keep up that price, because again, as we said before, the rumors were that these are all Xperia tablets, or at least the first wave of them were. And so this was reused assets. I wonder when they have to, and I'm sure they already have had to start making them fresh, but it's like, is that going to affect cost as well? I also wonder, we were talking about the PS6 earlier and PS5, it's like PS5's price might go up again. And it really has, unfortunately, because inflation's bad, like tariffs are bad, but it really has nothing to do with those things comparable to just the AI rush on components. Just drive, like, people getting their fucking personal computer like builds canceled because they can just be like, oh yeah, we can. It's like Weimar Republic level shit where like you walk into the bakery and like the prices are being updated for the bread like while you're standing there. Like, wait, as like the longer you're in line, the more expensive the bread gets.
Maybe the most timely of references.
Yeah, definitely. That's a definitely timely. Always a good Weimar Republic reference. Everyone loves that.
Republic.
All right.
Oh man.
Let's see what else we have to work through. Oh yeah, I brought this up earlier. I don't know if you guys saw this. I think Push Square was the one reporting on this, and I clicked in on it. It's from Reddit, r/PS4 Portable, and the thread is called "This is a real PS4 Portable," and this user built, as you can see here, their own portable PlayStation 4 unit. It's not consumer grade in that obviously it's all stitched together, and he shows the side of it. It's like very thick. It's like not it's like not something you would sell, but it's super cool. And I just wanted to bring people's attention to it and show everyone. And it's like, damn, that would be. And he even engraved, like, I don't know if you see PS4P underneath it, which is super cool. So did you guys see this making the rounds?
I didn't see it making the rounds, but I looked at it when I was reading the show notes, and I just am wondering. Initially, I was like, surely this has to be plugged in, but the first shot of the video shows it being played on what looks like a sidewalk.
The person says it gets 2 to 3 hours of battery life, and it can be plugged in while it's being used, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, It will play independently.
That has to be well, it's not the only reason, but partially why it's so thick is the battery in that thing has to be insane for that level of power draw. Yeah,
just wanted to bring this up.
Cool.
Anything?
I like. I love homebrew projects like this.
It's
like
crazy. It's so. I mean, that's so ingenious.
Yeah, it's what I like about this machine though. Like, if anybody's like, it's so elegantly inelegant. I don't know how else to put it. Like you said, you wouldn't sell this. This isn't consumer grade. It's fairly like it doesn't look ergonomic at all, but also like there's clearly a lot of effort to making it look presentable in a way that, like, I don't know how else to describe it. Like, it looks like something that you could have sold in like the 80s. You know what I mean?
Totally. Yeah.
Like a boutique, it looks like a boutique electronic from like forever ago, which by today's standards looks really chunky and clunky and kind of bad.
I just love how he badged it and stuff. Like, if you even look in the top left corner, there's a PlayStation logo.
Right, like, that's what I mean. It's like the presentation's really high.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, and obviously I was looking too, because at first the buttons, I was like, are those like lettered buttons? But they're actually the face buttons, like with the sacred symbols on them. Yeah, everything's, but those are like bespoke buttons, I think. Right?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're printed or something.
Because they're small.
Fan in the back. Huge fan in the back.
It's the fan in the back's huge. It's I am as a person with no practical skills whatsoever. You know, writer, podcaster, history guy back in the day when I, went to college for that, and journalism and everything. Like, nothing too practical. Can't do anything. Like, I see people do shit like this, and I'm like, this is incredible. Yeah. I wouldn't even know. Obviously, it's like, of course you could learn. I could learn. But it's incredible that people can do things like this. I'm always fascinated by it.
I have great.
This is the kind of stuff that happens at the skunk works at Sony, when they're making shit, which is cool. All right, we're back. Next thing I wanted to say here, piece going around from apparently reliable Polish website, ppe.pl. We've actually talked about these guys in the past. They did leak some other stuff that did end up coming to fruition. So I think I saw Video Games Chronicle and other sources that I would consider reliable citing this story. So I think it's okay to do based on what they understand about this place. But they write, GTA 6 and the box version, retailers announce sad news for physical edition fans. And they write, and this is translated by Google, by the way, quote, because it's in Polish. Quote, sad news reached the ppe.pl editorial office from the trusted Grasdari, a leaker who in the past revealed the port of Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 for PS5, the box version of Oblivion Remastered, and the release date of Sonic Racing Crossworlds for Nintendo Switch 2. So a person with some random connections. The source, who handles physical video game sales in Europe, informed us that Grand Theft Auto 6 publisher Take-Two is currently not planning a physical edition of Lucia and Jason's story, at least not for release due to possible story or gameplay leaks, as we saw at The Last of Us Part 2, for example. According to initial unconfirmed reports, GTA 6 will first debut digitally on consoles, with a physical release only sometime later. The source doesn't know whether this will happen a few weeks after launch or only in the first half of 2027. As one informant says, and this is the quote from their person, quote, we're hearing more and more that the physical version won't be released simultaneously with the digital version to prevent leaks. We're getting conflicting reports. Some say the physical version will arrive 3 to 4 weeks after the digital release, while others say it won't happen until early 2027. More information will be available in mid-February, end quote. Dustin, did I speak this into existence?
Maybe. This is crazy to think about, because I'm sure Rockstar, this is like seemingly a huge win in that they will make more money on copies sold digitally, for sure. And when you're, Grand Theft Auto 6, the biggest entertainment release of all time, we're looking at a lot of money. I wonder, though, are there some people, since this game is so big and goes across, gaming enthusiasts and even the most basic of normies, if they'll miss out on some sales because some people don't use the PlayStation Network at all. I would probably guess, though, that the amount of money that they'll make from doing digital only will far surpass that of those potential missed sales. And some people might be like, well, whatever, I'm just buying it on digital, even though I normally buy physical games, or I've never bought a digital game before in my life. This is the game that's going to make me do it. And not only that, too, some people will buy it digitally when it comes out, and they will buy a physical disc later. Not a large amount, but some people for sure. The interesting thing, though, is that if everything in this report is true, how dedicated they are to the possibility of leaks and stuff getting spoiled. It makes you wonder, I'm not the first person to say this, are there even going to be reviews for this game? Will they just release it to everybody all at once? Right now, I'm predicting the stores can't handle it. Like, no one is playing GTA 6 on launch night. Maybe if there's a preload situation, but remember what happened with Silksong, and Silksong was a big deal, but it's not GTA 6.
Yeah.
So if this happens, I have to think it's going to be, at least to some degree, a shit show.
Yeah, that's interesting. I never even really considered that specific access. Not about GTA Online, but just getting access to download the package.
Right.
And preloading is probably going to be they might even encourage that.
Yeah, because you might be right, because Silksong didn't have a preload, and that was a big part of it. So maybe that will save it.
Yeah, like pre-order it and then just download it.
Yeah. That's a good point.
But who knows? Chris, what are your thoughts here on GTA 6 and this reliable source, at least in Europe, saying that physical copies won't be released day and date?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty smart of them to do this. I think it makes sense. It doesn't affect me. I would have gotten this digitally anyway. But I don't know if I have much to say about it. I feel like Dustin hit on the main things that I would have brought up. But like, I just feel like there's just no way this game isn't going to make a shit ton of money. So they kind of have an unusual amount of leeway to kind of act in ways that are fairly unorthodox. They know that there's no real risk in doing anything differently. In fact, there might be a benefit specifically to delaying the physical release for the same reason that Dustin's. I mean, dude, like, not even just the physical release. Imagine when this game eventually comes to PC, and then you have triple dippers, potentially. Like, who the fuck? So I think they know what they're doing, and I can't really blame them. Although I know that it's not technically super consumer friendly to limit the type of audience that you're going to get. I would imagine still, though, that audience is pretty slim in comparison. Everybody has the capacity to download it.
I'm with you on that I think that there's actually something dangerous about it, which is why I respect it. And Jamie Hexam wrote in, though, kind of thinking about it a little bit differently, wrote in and said, "Hey boys, I want to get your thoughts on the prospect of Rockstar not releasing a physical edition for Grand Theft Auto 6 at launch. The leak claims it's due to fears of leaks, as ironically, and as much as I appreciate that, I have to think it comes down to greed. They stand to make more digital copies, and they know people will double dip on the game. They pulled this tactic with Red Dead Redemption when it released on PS4 and Switch in the summer of 2023, digital first, physical a month later. And secondly, if Rockstar really is this serious about leaks, do you think it means no reviews? Because that's where my mind is going. Could it be a situation where they allow some of the top outlets to come to them and play in studio under their supervision? I know people are upset at the thought of no physical copies, but whatever leads to a better experience for the GTA and gaming community as a whole, I'm all for it. Thank you, boys." Jamie, you pull on a few interesting things there that I wanted to touch on. The first is this idea that they could send people to play it. This is the way, I don't know the way it works anymore, and I don't know what games still do it, but that wasn't uncommon. Call of Duty used to be reviewed like that every year. You had to go to a hotel somewhere where they would send you, and they would have a TV, like a beautiful TV, and like the console played, and you'd have like 3 days. And then you would go home. The game would never leave. Like, I think there were even situations where like they would come and take the games and shit like that because they were so afraid of it leaking and all of the rest. So that wouldn't be unprecedented. The thing, though, that I think, so that's possible. The thing that I think plays in here, though, and we've said this before, is that I think Grand Theft Auto is one of those unique games that really doesn't benefit from being reviewed. it could be reviewed and become a 10, but it's actually just unnecessary exposure for people to pick the game apart before anyone even has a chance to play it. I would just advertise the game and make it available to everyone at the same time, just like they did with Silksong. The reality is that people like us are just not that important anymore. And I don't mean that we were ever important per se, but I'm saying like an IGN review or a Game Informer review or something like that could make or break your game. It doesn't matter anymore. In fact, back in the day, I know this from people that worked at Game Informer back in the day, and you guys might know this intuitively as well, is like magazines used to get game access really early. There used to actually be like 2 points of access. Sites like IGN would often get things a little later than the magazines would get because they needed it for lead time. So they would often get games like startlingly early, like crazy early. I just don't think Grand Theft Auto benefits from that. Yeah. Like any exposure, I think it doesn't benefit from keeping things under lock and key, and also playing into the almost anti-journalism, anti-critic, like you all experience at the same time thing. I think just there's really no lose from that. The leak thing, and this is where I was saying, like, I appreciate what Rockstar is doing. If this is true, this is going to be very unpopular with a lot of people. And I appreciate that they're willing to take it on the chin, not only because they know they're going to make it a shit ton of money, but they're willing to say, like, we care about if this is true, we care about the sanctity of the experience. We simply do not want it to leak. And this is the only way we can control it. And as I've noted, Rockstar used to fly people to California to hand deliver copies of games to people because they didn't even want to ship them. So they're crazy. They've always been. This was 20 years ago. I feel like there's something kind of credible and interesting about that. To say like, yeah, we know it's going to be unpopular. We don't want it to be ruined. And it is my hope that they pave the way for this happening more. And the game, as we've said ad nauseum, that needs this is Intergalactic.
Right.
Like if one game doesn't need to be in anyone's hands, if one game doesn't need to be physically published immediately, if one game should just be left as a package for everyone to experience at the same time on their PS5, it's that game. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I love the idea of them doing it for that reason, not for what Jamie's saying, which is possible and maybe plays into it, or at least maybe makes it easier, which is to say, like, we'll just make money later. They'll buy the game digitally and then they'll buy it physically later. Of course they will. Is part of it that? Maybe. But I don't think they need to even be manipulative like that.
No. Yeah, I mean, I think they know. Well, they've spent a shit ton of money on this, you know? So, like, they're definitely going to be paying attention to ways in which they can maximize. Although I'm sure there's going to be there's going to be shark cards and they're going to be making so much fucking money. It's ridiculous. But I'm sure that plays a role into it. And by the way, I'm sure there's even a fair amount of greed in it. But like, again, they've spent like $1 billion on this thing. They've earned some level of, it doesn't mean that they get away with everything. Obviously, the way they handled those remastered original games was like shamefully embarrassing, especially for a company that makes so much money. Like, you would actually expect almost the exact opposite. But I don't know, their prime games, like their main title, like Red Dead Redemption 2 is fucking like artistically immaculate. I think GTA 4 was even in that direction as well. And so like I think they've earned a level of like artistic respect from an IP that I don't think many other studios have. And I would imagine that a lot more people are going to be okay seeing whatever they would describe as greed coming from them because they deliver something so unique and so weird and so important. But yeah, I think they're thinking about ways to maximize the profit for sure.
Yeah, well, I think that just makes it an easier decision to make.
Yeah, it plays into it.
But yeah, I know that's going to annoy a lot of people. I guess the thing is that it's just like we all feed into this leak culture. We all kind of play a role in it. I'm not going to sit here and say, because I haven't. It's like I'm not going to leak games that like gameplay of things that haven't come out and ruin games for people. That's not what I'm saying. I don't do that kind of stuff. But just the idea of knowing the unknown is very tantalizing to people. And so I think we all are to blame. And yet you have to understand this is the result. And I simply wouldn't blame a single solitary developer from doing this at this point. Because someone's going to get access to the game and fuck it up.
Right.
They are.
Yeah.
There are a handful of people that got The Last of Us Part 2. Like, I don't know how many people, but it's not that many people that got access to it and fucked it up for everybody. And probably cost Sony and Naughty Dog a substantial amount of money too. It's like, you got to just, people are not, Rockstar is different too. Like, it's going to be so much more punitive against Naughty Dog that they'd be crazy not to do this. Like, this is, I just hope they know what time it is when their card gets pulled and their game's about to come out. We'll see. I wanted to note this. We've been talking a lot about Ubisoft recently, and we did a lot of reporting or relaying of the reporting about Ubisoft straight from the horse's mouth, actually, about their reorganization into 5 so-called creative houses and kind of giving everyone enough rope to succeed or hang themselves and splitting all their IP between these creative houses. And obviously, this is going to come at great loss to the workforce of Ubisoft, which is unfortunate. Ubisoft employs 17,000 people. As I tweeted out yesterday, just looking at their numbers as I was kind of studying things and taking notes, it's like, this company is so bloated that you wouldn't need, I can't even imagine what a third of the amount of people there do. Comparable to what, like, just a completely bloated operation. I don't say that with any joy, by the way. I don't want people to get laid off or whatever. It's just a shitty and dangerous situation. And yet to survive, they have to do something. But this is obviously not going well with Ubisoft's workforce. It's also not going well with Ubisoft's shareholders. As we noted when we were talking about Ubisoft stuff, like, the shareholders didn't like the solution. I think the solution is fairly reasonable. I don't know that there's any saving the whole apparatus. I think that's why they split everything into creative houses, to protect some of the IP from itself. For instance, like the Vantage Studios, they're not going anywhere. That's like Assassin's Creed, Far Cry and everything, but like getting rid of the poison pill of whatever and making it someone else's problem, you know?
The fact that they named one of the studios and left all of them anonymous kind of tells you exactly. You know what I mean? That's like if you had like 3 kids and you named the first one and then the rest of them were like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like the way people in antiquity used to like treat their own children, right? Because like, you know, the child might not, they would not name the child until a year, 2 years, 3 years later because they just didn't know. You know, it's like,
right.
He's just that guy. So I understand, like, by the way, I kind of understand both perspectives. I understand what Ubisoft's doing, and they have new investment. They need to make changes. And as we said, when we were going over the numbers, they've from constant costs, like your salaried employees and your real estate and all of the rest and your utilities, they've already cut 100 million euro from that permanently. And they say they want to cut 200 million euro more from it annually, which means that that's going to be an enormous amount of people. They've also canceled a bunch of games. They've talked about all this. So I just frame this to say that the French, so Ubisoft is French. They're obviously international, but they're located in France. And very pro-union, pro-worker society, which is great. They have a series of worker unions that represent various people at Ubisoft. And they are suggesting that there is a company-wide strike because of all of this. So they write, Ubisoft is no more, long live Ubisoft. Quote, on January 21st, 2026, Yves Guillemot announced the end of remote work, closure of several studios, cancellation of projects, and a new 200 million euro cost-cutting plan. We were informed of this at the same time as the press, as none of these changes had been discussed during the mandatory consultations with the Works Council a few days earlier. On January 26, 2026, management announced the implementation of a voluntary departure plan that will affect 200 people at Ubisoft's headquarters. These decisions are forcing us to act in order to protect those who keep this company alive. Since Ubisoft's founding in 1986, it seems clear that management has lost sight of the very driving force behind our industry, its workers. No dialogue, no respect. With a wave of the hand, management dismisses the creativity of hundreds of employees by canceling several games without specifying which ones. The future of studios designed for closure, again without any details. The careers of colleagues who are being let go. The social dialogue already strained for several years. The social gains, such as remote work, which allowed the company to shine during the lockdowns. Management seems unable to stop mourning the pre-COVID era. The announced transformation claims to place games at the heart of its strategy, but without us, these games cannot exist. We are promised autonomy for creative houses, but what about the autonomy for employees? 5 days of mandatory in-office work. We are treated like children who need to be supervised while our management gets away with lies and breaking the law. We have been negotiating for over a year on remote work policies, sometimes under difficult conditions. An agreement has been in place since September in some studios, trampled underfoot. Our colleagues and entities without an agreement at the mercy of arbitrary decisions. We are told about responsibilities, but those who wield this word so easily do not take any responsibility for the consequences of their catastrophic management, the latest result being the elimination of 200 jobs at Ubisoft's headquarters. We are not fooled. Rather than taking financial responsibility for layoffs, they prefer to push us out by making our working conditions unbearable. It's outrageous. Our colleagues carry on, hold fast, endure out of solidarity, out of love for the industry, and out of passion, but enough is enough. It is because we love Ubisoft that this situation revolts us. Ubisoft unions are calling for a massive international strike by all Ubisoft employees on the 10th, 11th, and 12th of February. No to their anti-work obsession. No to cost-cutting plans on employees' backs. No to top-down decisions. No to coercive control of our working conditions. Yes to our leaders truly taking their responsibilities. Yes to our management's duty of sincerity in the face of its failings. It is time for our management to understand that they cannot do whatever they want, whether with public money or the work of hundreds of people. Without us, Ubisoft would never have conquered and transformed video games that it has done. We are history. We are Ubisoft. Revolutionary verbiage. Chris, curious if you have any thoughts on this. Dude, first of all, well, I won't even poison the well with my own thoughts. I'm curious. Do you have anything you want to say?
Well, I mean, to be honest, like I don't know much about how like France even operates under these rules, and like this is kind of out of my wheelhouse. But like, I mean, the way that I feel about it is, it was irresponsible of management to even get the company to the size that it is. You know, that's ultimately how I feel about it. Where it's like it's actually disrespectful to your workers to bloat yourselves this way, and so. While I understand that, right sizing is kind of a natural course, and in some ways it makes a lot of sense, obviously, the fact that they've put many people in the situation to be right sized is kind of a failure of management, and so I don't know, I'm conflicted on it because I think they need to shrink, but it's also like, how did you even whose fault is it that they got this big in the first place? And do those people stay? That's kind of my question.
Yeah, new leadership. I think when I do agree that, and they say it, that when you make bad decisions, you should also pay. It is unfair for. It's what I say ad nauseum about Xbox. It's like, God Almighty, just get new people in there. Like, what are you doing?
And the thing about the thing about those people in those specific positions too is that like, if they work for 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and then in their 6th year they make a catastrophic decision that is obviously horrendous. If they leave, they don't really have much to worry about compared to the people that will be let go as a result of that catastrophic management. They've got, I know a lot of people will be like, oh, well, I don't have my $15 million. Yeah, but you got millions of dollars. Like, you're in a way better position than the people that you're putting actually in way worse positions than yourself. And so it's just kind of like, it strikes me as just, I don't know, bro, just gracefully leave at the very least. What do you have to worry about? A lot of these people are kind of set. So I just don't understand. Like, from my perspective, it's just like, how much is enough, I guess. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get the need to stay in a place where you fucked so tragically.
Yeah.
For millions and millions more than the millions you already have. It's the same thing with these. I mean, you just mentioned the Xbox management. Like, why even stay there? Like, what are you preserving?
Yeah, like,
you could live on a beach for the rest of your fucking life. Mega comfortably, by the way. And you could have done that years ago. So like, I don't know. My brain doesn't operate this way.
Yeah, mine at some point doesn't either. I understand. Like, it's interesting you say this though, because I agree that it's like I'll put it this way. I always hate the argument that it's like, oh, if this executive if they just cut his wage, they could have kept 5 of the employees. I'm like, that's such cop out weird shit to say. It's like, there are systemic issues that will make it so that, eating this cost is necessary to getting rid of, to making the, streamlining and making things better in the long run. And I totally understand that. So you have to cut heads, you have to cancel projects, whatever. It's like,
sure.
It's just that you should all go, like
Right.
That's my whole thing is like, you should go down with your own ship like a captain would. And, so I agree with you on that front. Dustin, what are you thinking here about Ubisoft's, or the workforce agitating for a company-wide international stoppage of work in February?
This is a tough one, and it's hard for me to speak on just because I'm going to be upfront that I don't know a bunch about unions and how they operate. So what you're getting from me is I don't want to say an idiot's perspective. I have some perspective, but a layman perspective. To me, what feels weird is just that if Ubisoft is having a problem where there are too many people working there and they're having money problems, I just feel like striking, or the people that choose to strike, will make themselves a target. But I guess if they're protected by the union, then maybe not. I just see this and I'm like, this whole situation is so fucked. as you guys were saying, like, man, a lot of people are going to lose their jobs. Hopefully people that made decisions lose their jobs, but if they're made at the very top, then probably not. The only other thing that kind of stuck out to me about this that bothered me a little bit, but again, I'm only speaking from the perspective of someone who's reading this, is that they say that 5 days of mandatory in-office work, we are treated like children who need to be supervised. The number one thing I see online about people, which I am an at-home worker, so maybe this comes off as extremely hypocritical, but you see things all the time about people that are working from home that are like, oh, my Teams meeting started at 9 and I woke up at 8:50. So maybe that's the case for some. Maybe that doesn't happen at Ubisoft at all. But while I think that we do live in a new era where at-home work is totally possible for a lot of people, it seems like to me that in a project like developing a video game, it is so highly collaborative that in-person work, I could see that being extremely beneficial. Should it be mandatory 5 days a week? I don't know. Hard for me to say. I've never worked in a developer before. It seems like some in-person work is probably important, particularly when you're talking about these big projects. And of course, there are teams that have figured it out. Moon Studios, one of the biggest operations that's totally remote. But I think it's funny too, later on the second one, that it says in the second page here, they prefer to push us out by making our working conditions unbearable. Like, maybe that's just a statement about the whole thing and like the lack of communication. I get that, but I'm like, it seems a bit dramatic for being asked to come into the office.
Yeah.
But again,
yeah, I agree. And I think this is somewhat complicated. Like I've said many times over the years, like I have no problem with private unions, and unions agitating for change is part of what they do. So I have no problem with that either. I just think that if anything, they have to be pretty careful because they are misreading this moment. There is no other job. Some of you will find work elsewhere, but like, you agitate enough and you get crazy enough at this point with your protections or not, you get crazy enough and you're going to find out, I think. And Ubisoft is teetering. It's in trouble. It has new investment. Things are going to change. It's going to survive, but there are going to be major changes, and buy-in from your employees is going to be a big thing. They say some really interesting stuff that I agree with. And I remember thinking this when I was reading Ubisoft's press releases on the show. They talk about how they're going to need to do X, Y, and Z, and these games are canceled, but they don't say what games. These studios are shuttered, but they don't say what studios. Other things are going to be affected, but they don't say what. That sucks. Yeah. It's unfair to do that. I understand why they didn't tell them early. I'm not saying that they should have done that either, because it would have leaked. What you probably would have done is like an all hands meeting and then and publish the press release at the same time. Something like that. That way you get ahead of it, or maybe just have it ready to go because someone's going to leak it. So I feel like I understand their aggravation, and it's a tumultuous and scary situation to be in if you're an employee of that place, because it's like, so is my project canceled? Is my studio getting closed? Like, what? You're telling us all this stuff, but not get it. But it should have also been obvious what was going to happen. You can't employ this many people. And by the way, 17,000 people is down. I think they employed 20 or 22,000 at one point.
Mm-hmm.
When you think about Ubisoft, it's like, this is what I tweeted out. I was like, PlayStation, the whole thing employs like 10,000 people. Like the hardware, everything going into the PlayStation network, all of the studios, the market, like all of it, 10,000. EA even has 15,000. They sell 3 of the 5 best-selling games every year.
Right.
They have Battlefield right now and Apex and all these different things. It's like Ubisoft. Like, what are you even doing? So obviously something's got to give. And that's where I think that they're playing with fire, because to get what they want, which is like a solidified, everyone stays at the status quo, you're going to need to raise billions of dollars. And I just don't think that's going to happen. The money's already been raised from Tencent for the games that they cared about. If you want to go try to find investment for fucking Steep 2 or something, you're more than welcome to do that. But it's not to say that these people did anything wrong necessarily. Although I want to be clear, some of them probably did, in the sense that the games are made by people. Not everyone at Ubisoft is the top talent that needs to be preserved at all costs. This is again a problem with union agitation, is that it doesn't look at anyone as an individual. There are no doubt people on those teams that are completely essential, and there are no doubt people on those teams that do shit, that either don't do anything or do horrible work. There's no doubt, because they're a huge organization. That's just the way it goes.
Sure.
I've been in organizations of hundreds of people where that was obvious. There's no doubt that's obvious too. So I don't want to give them a get out of jail free card, but at the same time, they're not the decision makers, and they're about to be victimized en masse. I just don't know, again, that you have the cards. And so my whole thing was that I would think you would want to be more, you want again, agitate for change, but you want to be amenable to the reality of the situation, because no amount of like ignoring the situation is going to make it better. Going out for a week and saying like, well, we're not going to work for a week. It's like, that's cool, but like your problems are still going to be there when you get back. It's like getting drunk after you get broken up with or whatever. And then you wake up the next morning and you're still broken up with, and now you're hungover. And so I just think, and again, this is not a healthy industry. The industry makes more money than ever, but it's doing it in really weird ways. Like Arc Raiders right now, a team of hundreds or whatever, they're going to churn money for years. They're going to churn enough money for thousands, but the thousands wouldn't have made that money, if that makes any sense. And so you look at, like, if they agitate and they lose their jobs and all the rest, it's like, I don't know you have anywhere to go. That's the thing that I would be most worried about. So that's where I'm like, yeah, you gotta, I don't want to say you want to take a more conciliatory stance. You're a union. You should have some sort of adversarial relationship with the company. Totally. But your situation's bad. And I just don't think that ever comes up. That's why I tweeted what I tweeted, because I was like, it never comes up that this company is fucking huge. And you would be like, oh, what do they make? And it's like basically Assassin's Creed and some Tom Clancy stuff.
Yeah.
17,000
Assassin's
people.
Creed and Siege. It's the biggest, their biggest things, right?
Right. And it's true. Now, also, I want to say this, and this is also true. Ubisoft has spread the field, I think, more than almost anyone in terms of working in really low income countries. Obviously, the per capita income of France is substantially lower than it is in the United States. But when you jump from somewhere like the United States or France to India, or somewhere like that, then costs are going to go down. So they can employ many more people because they're working in a lot of these, in lower cost countries. I was saying to Micah when I was talking about it with her last night, and I'm like, a game like Skull and Bones would have, if that was made in California, would have been canceled. Like, no problem. But it's because they were in Indonesia or Singapore. And they were working on like government. And this is what Ubisoft does really well. France does this. This is again why you want to be in Canada, in Quebec, a lot of tax rebates and all sorts of things. It allows them to be bigger than their britches, as it were. And now it's time to right size. And I, honest to Christ, I look at that. I look at those 5 creative houses. I look at their IP. It's actually wildly inefficient for them to do what they're doing in terms of like everyone publishes their own games. Everyone does their own marketing. Like you don't share teams or whatever. So it's actually even more inefficient. But even under that guise and the way that they want to do things, you're looking at it between 5,000 and 7,000 people, I think. So I was saying that to Mike, and I'm like, that means they have to lay off, like, in my opinion, who knows what's going to happen? 8,000 to 10,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think they've seen anything yet. So that's the thing that I'm a little nervous about for them.
Yeah, it's not a particularly how would you even say, you're not many people are rich with leverage right now in general.
Yeah, totally.
And it's going to get worse, and that's a shame.
I mean, since it's a soup to nuts operation, like Vantage Studios is a soup to nuts operation, pre-production, like the only things that the Ubisoft studios apparently are going to share are like analytics, QA, cert, that kind of stuff. So like Vantage Studios, Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Siege, right? Maybe that's 1,500 people, something like that. And then you look at all the other studios and they have to be substantially smaller. I mean, like Massive working on The Division is going to be a couple hundred people probably. Like you're going to have a hard time cobbling together even 10,000 that in any sensible way. I don't get it. I would love to know more. And you were talking earlier about Moon Studios, Thomas Mallard. Did you see his tweet to me where he's like, what the fuck are that? Like, he had basically said, like, I think he said, how many people does it take at Ubisoft to screw in a light bulb? 675. That's what he tweeted, because it is crazy. Like, you can't even, people that know how to make games are like puzzled by it.
Yeah. It's too big.
So,
but then
I wish everyone the best.
That's the thing, man. That's the thing, man. People decided to make it that big.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
It didn't have to be that way.
You're right.
What's the choice? What's the logic? What'd you get out of it also? Not much. So we'll see.
I believe that they'll turn it around. I just think they're going to be a very different publisher. And they're going to learn to a lesser extent what Embracer had to learn, which is that there simply isn't a market for many games. You have to just if you want to be a publisher of size, you need to make fewer, more substantial games. And I don't mean that's substantial in that they have to be longer and more high production. They just have to be the games you believe in and care about and get behind, because there's just no market for more. So even from that perspective, you look at it and you say, like, yeah, we don't need. I was actually surprised by how many IP they were keeping. And by the way, that another important thing is that they said that they're open to divestiture.
Right.
So this shit's for sale. Someone might go in and say, like, we'll do something with The Division, or we'll take your Avatar license or whatever. We'll take Just Dance.
Yeah.
Just Dance was huge at one point. And they were saying that even in the write-up, I think, saying like we have to reclaim like what we did with Just Dance. Like, Just Dance, I think, was like the last games to be released on Wii.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Where they were like huge. Those games would quietly sell millions of copies. So they have a few things that could work. But Rayman, Prince of Persia, these are smaller things, but we'll see. I don't think their Star Wars stuff worked out very well. The Avatar stuff was good, but apparently didn't work out very well. So the license stuff, Tom Clancy only works again because they don't license it. Yeah. All right. A couple more quick things here. MLB The Show 26. We're not big baseball fans here. I love the game of baseball, but I'm not a huge MLB fan. But MLB The Show obviously is arguably Sony's biggest product. It's regulated in the United States, a top 10 cumulative best-selling game on the market across all consoles, and created annually by Sony-owned San Diego studio. So obviously the release date and the cover athlete are going to be substantial and important here. The cover athlete is the New York Yankees' own Aaron Judge, who's returning as the cover athlete. I believe this is the first time that there's been a repeat cover athlete on the show. I think that was the thing that I read. I don't know if that's entirely true. So that's
Seems
fun.
lame.
What'd you say?
It seems lame. Like there are so many players like that are probably great that you could put on the cover. I guess it's a marketing thing.
It is a marketing thing because I think the cover athletes and a select few other people every year have like a licensing thing or like a contractual thing with Sony where they like go and promote the game and shit like that. So you have to find takers. Are there MLB The Show cover players? What is this? Yeah, so so Aaron Judge was on the show 18. Interestingly. This only it's too bad. I was looking for like a cumulative like since it was not even the show before when it was just MLB, like the 989 Studios game, which is what San Diego studio absorbed. I was like, it would be cool to see a like a montage of all the covers. The other big news here is the game has a release date, March 17th, 2026. Early access begins March 13th, so just in time for opening day. Pre-orders for the standard edition and digital deluxe editions open on PSN on February 3rd, and you can go to theshow.com as well, I think, for physical versions. Purchasing the digital deluxe edition gives you 4 days of early access, beginning March 13th. And then starting March 17th again, the show 26 will be available for all. That will be on PlayStation 5, Oh no, there's no PlayStation 4 version anymore, right? As of last year? I forgot about that. Right. They are doing a Switch version, but no Switch 2 version. It seems that even maybe Sony didn't get Switch dev kits in time for this game. And there'll, of course, be an Xbox Series version as well. That's basically it. We should play this show at some point. Start like a league. Play on streaming or something. I haven't played the show in many years. So,
yeah.
I think the last time I remember playing it at all was when I went to San Diego and they did PlayStation Move functionality for like home run, like for swinging. Whoa. And I remember playing, and so it must have been a PS3 version of the game. And I remember playing that. I did want to play on Vita, but I never did. Like I never got to it, but I was like, they only did it for 3 years on Vita and then they stopped. But that always kind of was tantalizing. It was like the travel version of a game because it's so much baseball. You know, it's like 162 games. It would be great for going to work or something on a train, just playing a season.
Yeah.
All right. So there's that MLB The Show 26. Look forward to it, please. And then finally, PlayStation Plus games for February have been revealed. These are the monthly games available to everyone on PS Plus. So whether you're on the premium, extra, or essential tiers, these games will be available on February 3rd. And there are 4 selections this month. The first is the PS5 boxing game Undisputed, which I don't know anything about, but that's not really for me, but I'm sure someone will like it. Subnautica Below Zero is coming for PS5 and PS4. Ultros for PS5 and PS4. I've been meaning to check this game out, and I don't think I ever bought it, so I guess I'll add it to my list as well. And then Ace Combat 7, Skies Unknown for PS4. Max Lazos wrote in and said, hey guys, Ace Combat 7 will be one of the games on PS Plus Essential for February. Campaign supposedly only takes about 14 hours only. I know you all have mentioned wanting to understand it, so why not give it a try, maybe on stream even, since you've abandoned Elden Ring? Cheers. I haven't abandoned Elden Ring. Stop being dramatic. I don't like it. We need to get Brad back in the loop, and that requires him to record Summon Sign on a different day. No. Not going to play Ace Combat, I don't think. No. I thought about it, though. See, I thought you saw me think about it for about 2 seconds.
Yeah.
It's true. I witnessed it. Yeah.
Anything for you here, Dustin?
Yeah. So Undisputed, no. Subnautica, I played a little bit of the original Subnautica. It's not my thing. This Ultros game, the art style is awesome.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe I played a demo of it at some point, but that might be worth checking out. And Ace Combat 7, this is great because I was thinking about checking this out. I was trying to look to see if I could get it cheaper on PlayStation or PC, but now I don't need to think about it at all because I'll just play it on PlayStation thanks to PS Plus. So I'll give this a shot because I've always been curious about it. It's totally possible that I'll boot it up and play the first mission and be like, nope, like I'm just not into a aerial combat game. but I'll give it a shot.
By the way, the game Undisputed came out in 2024. It's an Embracer game from publisher Deep Silver. It has mixed reviews on Steam with 13,000 reviews. Chris, anything here for you?
Really just Ultros. Like, I don't know. Like, I dabbled a little bit with Ace Combat 6, and I thought it was cool, but like it's not. I just don't. I don't have enough of a fascination with planes to really get sucked into a game like this.
You want to be a fighter pilot?
No, I can count maybe literally Ace Combat 6 and Star Wars Jedi Starfighter are probably the only games that I've ever played that are just like, you're in a spacecraft and that's the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's too specific for me, but I'm sure it'll, I mean, this is a great thing to be there considering, what is it? Ace Combat. The next Ace Combat was revealed.
Yeah, it was announced. Right.
So that's smart of them.
Yeah, Ultros, I think I'll get into at some point. Well, at least add it to my list. I don't know if I'll actually play it anytime soon. By the way, you have till February 2nd to get, so that's Monday, the day this goes live this show goes live for all viewers and listeners outside of Patreon. You'll have until February 2nd to download January's games and add them to your list. So make sure to do that. That's Need for Speed Unbound, Epic Mickey Remastered, or is it Rebrushed? And Core Keeper are the games you'll want to add from last month if you haven't done so already. Please look forward to it. All right, my boys, let's get into what we're playing. Now, we usually take our pee break here, but Chris had to go pee earlier. He was going to piss his own pants. So are we going to keep moving or should we take another break?
I'm good to go.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good to go.
So let's get into what we're playing. I'll go first, and then Dustin, I want you to go, and then we'll get into what Chris is playing because he's playing Highguard, and a lot of people definitely want to talk about that. I have some things I want to say about it too. I'm sure Dustin does as well, so we'll get into that. All right. So I'm playing, I was playing Front Mission First Remake. I platinumed it. I liked it more the second time around. So I played it. I explained all this last week, but Front Mission was like a Super Famicom game that didn't come to the West until the DS. The DS version was basically this republishing of a PS1 port of Front Mission that added a second campaign to it. So it's a very robust strategy role-playing game where you play as mechs. And I liked it, but I felt like it was easy to manipulate. It wasn't too challenging. But I did it, and the story gets a little crazy, but I did like the geopolitical part of the story, and it's about these factions. So the original game you play as one faction, and then in the remake you play as both factions if you want. And the second faction you play, it's like a harder difficulty. And I felt like this was better, but still easy to manipulate ultimately. And if people don't recall what I was saying, it's that you have all these options, like endless amount of options, but it just funnels you. Like it almost makes no sense to make any option but a few, or make any choice but a few choices. Like put like the most powerful rocket launchers on you and just destroy things from afar, and that's what I did. And that ended up working fine in this in the other campaign too. But it was cool to see the story from the other end, and I like that it's a quite a sophisticated game for the time in terms of just its story and its intrigue. And I don't know that I highly recommend it. Again, I think it has a 69 on Metacritic or something like that. But it's if you're into strategy role playing games like grid-based, turn-based role playing games, you should look into it. And you might enjoy it. And I'll move on to Front Mission 2 Remake. But that was my 199th platinum for Front Mission First. And so I'm on the Platinum 200, and I was trying to think about what I wanted to play. And I was talking about Last of Us might be an option. But then I was like, you know what? I never platinumed Castlevania Requiem, which came out back in 2018, right after we started Sacred Symbols that October. And Castlevania Requiem was a Sony-funded port from Konami of Symphony of the Night and Rondo of Blood. Symphony of the Night, of course, is the PS1 sequel from 1997 of the 1993 Japanese-only release Rondo of Blood that came to TurboGrafx 16, PC Engine, they called it in Japan. And we got a somewhat port of Rondo of Blood in form of a game I had on SNES called Dracula X, which came out in 1995, but it wasn't really quite the same. So these two games blend into each other. We didn't quite understand how much Symphony of the Night depended on Rondo of Blood until we finally got access to Rondo of Blood, which in the West in that form, I think didn't happen until the PSP port, Dracula X PSP port, which came out in 2007. So I wanted to get back to this because when Requiem came out in October of 2018, I played through and got all the trophies for Symphony of the Night, except for one, which I'll talk about. And then Rondo of Blood, I just messed with a little bit, but I never got the trophies there. So over the last few days, I played through Rondo of Blood, played through with Richter, played through with Maria, rescued all the maidens, got 100% completion, got all the trophies there. And then I went back and I was like, all right, I'm going to wrap up this platinum because the last remaining trophy I have is to beat Symphony of the Night as Richter. And as I recalled, you just put your name in as Richter and you play as Richter, but that's not what it is. And I was like, fuck. Because I overwrote my old save with the completed Symphony of the Night save because I started a fresh save for Rondo of Blood, I never beat Symphony of the Night on the save. And you have to beat Symphony of the Night with at least 180% of the map. And by the way, it's because you play as in an inverted castle. You play it like there's a whole second half of Symphony of the Night that you're not supposed to really know about, but you play it and you can get the map completion up to 200%. So you have to beat it with 180% completion. And I'm like, God, and then you can put your name in as Richter. And then you play through the game as Richter and beat it. So I was like, oh, that's a whole nother step. So I was thinking I might have had it already. But as of the time we're talking, I'm just playing Symphony of the Night. I'm in the inverted castle. I've just been playing for a couple of days. I'm like 6 or 7 hours in. Collecting Dracula's body parts as one does. And then I'll complete that. And then I'll go through as Richter and platinum that. And so that will, I think, be my 200th platinum. And we'll talk about that next week. So that's what I've been playing so far. But of course, as I'm sure I did when we recorded, it was probably episode 20 or something when Requiem came out of Sacred Symbols. Highly recommended. Symphony of the Night's a masterpiece. If you haven't played it yet, I don't know what you're waiting for. Front mission first, a little bit different. Dustin says here you're playing Code Vein 2. I was surprised to see this.
Yeah. I was playing Code Vein 2 for a video for my channel. So there's a video available, but I will spoil the whole video for you now. So if you want to go watch it, you can, but you don't have to. I've been playing Code Vein 2.
Are you suggesting that people click off this to go watch your video?
No, I'm saying you don't need to go watch it. You don't need to watch it at all. Fuck me.
Yeah, fuck you. That's right.
Yeah, fuck me.
Right.
Fuck the channel. But yeah, Code Vein 2. I was playing this and it's okay. It's not great, but it's not like a horrible game either. I was surprised when I saw the reviews. They are all over the place. There was like one site that gave it a 10, which is absolutely insane. And then some sites giving it a 4 and a 5, which I think is also bullshit. Way too far. So the reviews are all over the place. But basically, the original Code Vein was an anime Dark Souls game, to put it as simple as possible. And so this is more of that, but they are trying to follow in the footsteps of Elden Ring by making it open world. And unfortunately, the open world is just simply not very interesting and it's not very fun to move around in. They give you a motorcycle in it, which is cool in concept, but when you actually drive it around, feels really floaty and gets stuck on things, and it's just not very good. It looks visually kind of weird too. They have a dynamic lighting system in it, but it often makes things look either too blown out and kind of like glowing. And there's texture pop in all over the place. But the most offensive thing is, being that this is, to my understanding, an Unreal 5 game, it runs like shit on PlayStation. Just completely. It has like weird stutters and frame rate drops, and I cannot recommend playing this on PlayStation at all. To my understanding, too, the PC version, better depending on your hardware, but you're still going to run into Unreal Engine 5 stuttering in it and weird hitches and loading. But the redeeming parts of this game are the combat is pretty good. There's a lot of customization to it where you can customize all of your special abilities depending on your weapon. And so there's a lot of freedom in how you want to play the game, the customization. It's cool. There's like a partner system where you can choose to have an AI like NPC fight alongside you, or you can absorb. It's basically like you're absorbing them and then you get this buff. So you can choose whether you want them to like be a distraction or fight other enemies, Or if you want to fly solo, you get a little buff for that, which is nice. But yeah, I've played probably 15 or so hours of it, and I think I have seen enough of it to where it's like I think I'm good on Code Vein 2. So yeah, that's about it for Code Vein. I don't recommend it on PlayStation right now. Maybe they'll patch it and make it better, but for the time being, it's kind of scuffed.
I will say this, because I was looking at Code Vein on Metacritic because I wanted to find who gave it a 10. It's a site called Digitally Downloaded, which I don't know, but they didn't give it a 10. If you read the review, they gave it 4 out of 5 stars. So that's
but it's listed as a 10 on Metacritic?
Yeah. I'm looking at it right now. It's 4 out of 5 stars.
That's insane.
Here, look.
I saw it was a 10 out of 10 on someone did like a tweet.
Yeah.
It might have been Genki who rounded up all the scores. And I saw there was a 10. So that's
maybe they had
weird.
A typo originally, or it was, I don't know. Also, I love this. This is a really great intro to this review. This is very useful. Having not played the original Code Vein, I have no idea whether Code Vein 2 is effective in building on it or whether the two games are related at all. What I do know is that Code Vein 2 is an excellent Souls-like, one that starts quite slowly but has an odd way of getting its hooks deep into you. Why wouldn't you find someone that played the original one to review the sequel?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well,
I mean,
at least
that's a perspective. At least he says it at the top. He says it right at the top.
Right. Yeah.
I loved scrolling through these. We make fun of this before, but one of the websites that reviewed Code Vein 2. But why though? THO ? They gave it a 90. The Games Machine. This is Game. Giga. What like?
God.
What it's like
so many.
What are these? This is what I'm saying about the Metacritic score. Like, who the fuck? It's so strange, man. The whole Metacritic thing, when you really sit and think about it, very weird, and yet we all cite it nonetheless. Chris, it's finally time to move on to you. You're playing Highguard, which we'll talk about. It also says you're playing the Exit 8 and Splinter Cell Pandora tomorrow. So start with those.
Yeah.
And then kick it back to me when you're ready to get into Highguard, so I'll read an inquiry.
Sure, yeah. So I was kind of like bumbling around at the PlayStation Store trying to figure out like I don't know. I'm kind of in the mode now where like my brain, I'm really excited. I'm really looking forward to getting my hands on Marathon, and it's so close where it's kind of hard for me to get into anything right now. So I was looking for something that I haven't played before that I had available to me. And the Exit 8 was just sitting there. I guess it's like part of a premium or like a PlayStation Plus thing or something. Like, I'm not really sure, but I could just download it, no problem. I don't remember.
It's probably on extra.
Yeah. I mean, I did upgrade my thing, but I just don't remember. Whatever. It's available to me in one of the PS Plus tiers. And so I was like, you know what? I think I remember Dustin talking about this. But I don't remember the core conceit of what that game was. I kind of forgot the conversation. So I was like, you know what? I'll go into this kind of blind, and it looks kind of weird and off kilter. And I played it for about 2 hours. I am planning to play it more because it is it's weird. It's weird in a way that I do kind of enjoy. Like the premise of it is like you're kind of like in this like infinite looping subway station, and you kind of have to. There's only really 2 ways to progress. It's in one direction and then in the opposite direction, because it's just basically a series of hallways. But it's the same hallway every time, and it's a loop. And you kind of, the only way to progress through each of these stations, and you have to get all the way up to 8, I think. And you go up each level every time you make progress. But the only way to make progress is to make it through one hallway, and then if you notice anything weird or anything off about what you've grown to understand about that hallway, you've got to go in the other direction. And if you think you saw something that was off and you go into the other direction, then it resets your progress. So you're kind of like, it's interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting.
You're going in, because there are times where you're at station 6 or whatever, and you're like, I'm only a couple away, and then you think you saw something, and then you're like, was that poster always there, or was that shadow always there, or does the guy walking down the hallway like usually look like that? Is that the same shirt? You kind of get it. It makes you neurotic, kind of. And like at first, I kind of wasn't into it. I just didn't really get it. And then like after like a good like 20 minutes, I was like, I think I'm into it. Whatever it is, it's weird. Some of the changes, like some of the anomalies, that's what they're called in the context of the game. Like some of the anomalies are like really funny, or like, and some of them are really subtle, and then some of them are like really really overt.
Some are kind of freaky.
Yeah,
too.
some of them are fucking crazy, and I don't know. I think it's cool. Like I think it's a fun way to spend time, especially because it just gets you really in your own head, because you start really over analyzing things and you start being like, are the tiles usually like this? And you're completely wrong. It's like, oh yeah, they are like that. Like I'm just psyching myself out. But it's interesting to get into that headspace, and so I think it's actually pretty cool if you've got the tier that lets you, if you're at the PS Plus tier where you can try this out. I would highly recommend it. I think it's really weird and eerie and kind of cool. But that's the exit 8 I plan on. I got all the way up to 6 and then I fucked it up late last night, and then I was like, I'll try again tomorrow or something. But so I'm playing that, and then I'm also playing Splinter Cell Pandora tomorrow. I have this tendency of like jumping between a lot of things and like waiting for something to just kind of hook me. And sometimes things hook me and sometimes they don't. I've never actually beaten Pandora tomorrow. It's like the one Splinter Cell game from that era that I haven't beaten. I remember it was just like, I was just too shit at it when I was a kid. And so I just kind of gave up. But I'm way further in it now than I ever have been. And I don't even know why it kind of got its hooks in. I think it's because it's so dissimilar to everything else that I could have chosen to play. And it's so dissimilar to anything that I'm looking forward to that it kind of sits in this realm of like, yeah, I can get into this. But it's Splinter Cell Pandora tomorrow is awesome. Like, yeah, those original Splinter Cell games are really great. The espionage angle, like the tone of it. I love that Sam Fisher has these like one-liners, but it doesn't come across that way. It comes across as like he's just old and tired. I really like it. Some wild. There are some mission objectives in this game that make me think like it reminds me of like No Russian in some, like not exactly like from Modern Warfare 2, but I'm just like, they really just had me shoot this civilian woman in the face in Israel, and like it's just like no big deal. It's kind of crazy, but I'm like, I don't know how deep into Pandora tomorrow I am. Actually, I'm in Jerusalem right now doing some crazy sneaking shit into an Armenian church, and I think it's fucking awesome. Like I just love the lighting in the old Splinter Cell games is such a character that it's like it's so visually striking, even with how dated it is, and you know, with the thermal lens and like the night vision. It's just all very cool. It's very satisfying. It's a little clunky, as to be expected from a stealth game from that era, but I don't know, man. I think the tone of those old Splinter Cell games hold up really well. I think they're just very, very interesting, very odd stealth games that are a lot more grounded than Metal Gear, but more over the top in ways that you wouldn't necessarily expect. And so it's been a real treat going back and finally making my way through Pandora tomorrow after all this time. Cool. I've really only like played like the first, like I think the first mission of it, but I would always default to the original Splinter Cell or Chaos Theory. But those are the only other things that I'm playing. I am also playing Highguard, and I'll just kick it over to you for the inquiry.
Yeah, well, everyone wants to talk about this game, and I'm curious to know what you think about it. And there's obviously a lot to say. Mm-hmm. But Judah Bailey wrote in with something positive. He says, "Hello, CCD Pounder. I want to just throw my 2 cents in on Highguard and let people know that this game rules. While it's nowhere near perfect and will probably get quickly replaced in my rotation by a marathon next month, Highguard offers a genuinely fresh gameplay loop in the first-person shooter space that has my heart pounding like some of my most intense moments in the battle royale genre. If you're listening to this and have only heard terrible things from absolute losers online, I urge you to check it out with an open mind. I'm about halfway through the trophy list and will probably end my time with the game after obtaining the platinum, but I'm truly enjoying 99% of my time with the game and hope more people decide to give it a go. Have a great day and keep violating that poultry." Judah, thank you for writing in. All right, so we have a positive comment here on Highguard. Doesn't seem to be too positive out there. I am very curious to hear what you think.
Yeah, man. So I'm a big multiplayer guy. I love these strange multiplayer projects, and I've played a fair amount of them at this point to have somewhat of a contextual understanding of like how these things operate and why these things work and why they don't. I want to be clear, like I've only put in about like 5.5 hours into Highguard, which I think is like, you know, it's more than a lot of people are putting in, despite having a lot to say about it.
Yeah, sure.
And I do have to say, like, I'm not on board with the comment necessarily, but I don't necessarily disagree. This is kind of, when I first saw this show up at the Game Awards, like irrespective of, you know, the placement and the disappointing nature of like, you know, this being the one more thing, like just on the basis of like what I understood about the game, my expectation was just kind of an Overwatch kind of imitation. That was my guess, especially because that's what ultimately what Concord was. That's what Concord was. It was fundamentally just Overwatch, except they had team deathmatch. That was kind of the only differentiating factor. But I've put about 5 hours into this, and it's surprisingly not anything like I thought it would be. I think there's like there's a very different style of game happening here that I did not necessarily see. And just to iron this out for the people who are listening who haven't tried it. So it's a 3v3 base assault tower defense game that is loot driven, but is not a looter shooter, which is very confusing. It's very odd. And it's also a hero shooter on top of that. So there's a lot going on in this. It's almost arguably, I think, probably too much, but it is interesting and very strange. It reminds me a little bit of like, I feel like you have the big dogs. You have like Call of Duty Battlefield, even Overwatch within that category. You have like the severe misses, like Lawbreakers and Battleborn, and then you have like these weird kind of like Knockout City, or like Section 8, or oh my god, Monday Night Combat, or Shadowrun for the Xbox 360. Mm-hmm. It reminds me a lot of like something like Shadowrun, where I'm kind of having a good time with this, but like it's off in some very odd way. And so like the structure of each match goes like this. It's going to get really weird. So I'm asking you to bear with me. It's very strange the way this is structured. So the first, you pick your guy. And they each have like their abilities. They each have like, you know, some ultimate. They each have a passive. They each have like an LB or like an L1 grenade or whatever you want to call it. And you pick your guy, and you pick a loadout, and it's a bunch of generic weapons. And this is like, it's just, you know, assault rifle, shotgun, kind of these types of things. And the first minute and a half is spent fortifying your base. So there's like a minute of you kind of just wandering around, and there's generators that like that's where the bombs are going to be planted. So you want to fortify around those places. And it's okay. It's like, okay, we're fortifying or whatever. And then stage 2 happens, and that's where the game lets you out of the base. And now you're into this big map where you're kind of mining for resources or like looting chests for better versions of armor or better versions of weapons that you already have. And this is like a good like 2 minute, it feels like 2 minute section where you're just like mining. And the stuff you're mining for is like currency that you go to a vendor to buy what you could also find in chests. But like, it's just, I don't know. It's very odd. And then at the end of that stage, where you're not fighting anybody, you're just running around looting chests and mining, it turns into capture the flag. And so something spawns in the middle of the map, and both teams rush for it. And it's basically like a sword. And you've got to rush that sword to the enemy base. And if you get it, then there's a second preparation stage that happens for the people, like getting raided, and then the shield busts open, and then you go and you plant your bombs, and then you either win by getting both of them, or you only get one of them, or you don't get both of them. And then the game resets to the very beginning. Fortify, scavenge, find the sword, take it to the base, assault. So there's a lot going on here, and it's arguably kind of over. I don't know what to. It feels like a very over-designed game with under-designed components, because you would imagine that in a game that has an entire minute and a half in the beginning fortifying a base, there would be more to do than just reinforce a wall. But that's kind of it. Like you can't like arm cannons. You can't like set up traps or anything. It's just the wall. And you're like, huh. And then when you're out scavenging for equipment in this like big fucking map where you're not seeing any adversaries at all, you'd think that like, oh, like, shouldn't there be like AI here to like fight or something? Like or just more than one type of crystal to mine and one type or two types of boxes to like, it's very odd. And then you get to the combat part and it's like, that part's really fucking cool. Like it does feel really good to like fight other people, but the fighting other people happens in like, for like maybe 30% of the match. And now that probably doesn't sound like a big deal, especially like in this environment now where like extraction shooters are the big thing, where like you could go an entire match without fighting. Or like even a battle royale where like it takes you a while to find something. But the difference in those games is that there's always tension as far as like, will a fight happen or won't a fight happen? Whereas in this game, there's like entire pre-designated swaths of time where there's pretty much guaranteed no combat going on. And that's kind of awkward because it feels like there should be. And by the way, considering there's no combat happening in those long swaths of time, you're kind of only left with the art style. It's the only thing that you can focus on, really, because you're not doing anything else. You're not engaging with any of the core combat, which is, by the way, fun. Feels like Titanfall, feels like Apex. It's very, very well done. You know, headshots feel snappy. It feels good. The time to kill is a little long, but I kind of like that. I like arena shooter style things like that. But like, dude, you're just running through this map and you're on your spectral horse, which is cool, by the way. But you're just kind of looking around and it's not ugly like Concord was, but it is like bland, you know, and a little forgettable. And it kind of sticks in your mind as you're going through these like long segments of just no action. And again, it would be different if there was some kind of tension in there where it's like where you weren't sure if there was going to be action or not. Like that's what extraction shooters thrive on. That's what Battle Royale thrives on to some extent. But like there's just no tension in those, in the setup phase. There's no tension in the gear up phase. And it's just a little awkward because I feel like the game would be a lot stronger if that was there. Like I think there's a really good game here, but it's like it's only halfway committing to certain parts where I think like if those parts were kind of removed, you'd probably have a stronger game. You might have a more generic game. That's also true. But I do think it's like it's a lot to demand of players to kind of sit through what is essentially 5 guaranteed minutes at the beginning of every single multiplayer round where there's just no action happening. Like that's kind of a lot. And it makes it difficult to approach because you don't know if you're going to get that win immediately and destroy both generators and you're going to have like maybe like a 7-minute, 10-minute match, or if it's going to reset and you're going to be sitting there for like 35, 40 minutes. You know? So it's just kind of, it's a very strange game. I don't think it's nearly as bad as people are saying it is. I think it is kind of like the combat. The combat feels good, but it's just kind of, it's overwrought and underwrought at the same time. And I don't really know how they address that without ultimately like really going to the drawing board with certain things. They could probably add enemy AI into that gear up phase. But also, like, I don't even know if that's even remotely in the pipeline. And it would also fundamentally change it would make it ultimately a first-person MOBA, which is what it feels like it wants to be, but it just never commits to it. It's very odd. But that's my, like, over-under after 5 hours of Highguard. I think it's kind of good, but it's a bad time for a game like this. Also, because like there's, you know, marathons right on the horizon. A lot of people are like, there's more hype around that now than there has been. You know, it's been an uncharacteristically good year for Battlefield just this previous. So like there's kind of a lot of competition in the multiplayer space, and they made a good call going free to play. But I just don't know if there's room for this game right now. Ironically, there probably would have been if they shadow dropped it after the announcement, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's got the sauce. It is interesting and it is weird and it is more unique than people are saying it is, but there's some weird. Also, the loot tier system is very odd. Like, I don't know, man. It's odd.
A lot of weird
Fun,
energy
but
around
odd.
this game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Dustin, you haven't played yet. Are you going to check this out? Is this something in your?
I installed it last night, but just wasn't feeling up to playing it really. I'm interested because I want to know. Like, I just need an hour or two checking it out. I don't think it's going to resonate with me, particularly as soon as I saw clips of people pulling out a pickaxe and mining. Like,
Yeah.
come on, man.
Come on.
It's weird. It's weird, and then that's in the phase where there's no action at all. I mean, I guess you could force yourself to the other side of the map, but it'd be a stupid waste of your time.
Yeah,
And you don't have to do that, to be fair. Like, you could just go and get shit out of boxes, but like, it's just, I don't know. I would recommend people try it. It is free, so form your own opinion of it, and you might actually enjoy it. But like, I don't know, man. It's a bummer because 30% of the time I was having a great time. And then 70% I'm like, all right.
It is. There is a weird energy around this game. It's not for me. I'm not going to play it. I'm not going to judge it. If I played it, I wouldn't even really know what it was drawing from. I don't know how I wrote a bunch of notes because there's a few things I want to touch on. I also want to get to people's inquiries as well. I guess let's take them one at a time. Bobby T wrote in and said, "Hey Fats, could we please discuss the following concerning Highguard? What really happened between this game and Jeff Keighley, he means. And why did he invite such a pile on? The tweet about apologizing to him in 48 hours. Dr. Disrespect lying about attending the event. The content creators claimed they weren't paid but got flown out, fed, and jorked off before being tucked into their hotel bed for the night. Stay gorgeous." The Dr. Disrespect thing was so weird. I don't know anything about that guy, really. I know who he is because he has a very distinct look. And I know he has like a lot of controversy around it, but he apparently like made up a thing about going to play it. And now he's selling something about it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Teach their own. The Jeff thing is interesting. I'm of two minds with this. The first thing is that I don't know. Who really cares how it was revealed? Or whatever. It's interesting. It's an interesting side piece to this entire conversation. But it's not really central to whether the game's any good or not. And I don't know what Jeff was really thinking in that. The word, I think this is directly from them in interviews, is like they were going to just shadow drop it.
Right.
They weren't going to announce it at the Game Awards. They were just going to release it like now. And there was this old GDC talk that we used to cite all the time. It was really fascinating. It was from a company called EDAR. I don't know if they exist anymore, but they're like an industry analyst, or they were like an analyst firm, EEDAR. And they came up with this interesting finding, which was that, and this was when games were, this was in the late PS3 era, probably, when there was a lot of games, but not as many games as there are now. But they were saying what actually benefits a game is just being reviewed. If a game gets bad reviews, it's actually better for it than if it got no reviews in terms of its permanence and its sales. And part of me looks at this for Highguard and is like, that might still have been the best outcome for you, is to be on the Game Awards, to be some sort of trivia about it, and everyone being upset because at least they know who you are. And then they get in the door and maybe you capture more people that way. I've been going on Steam and just looking at the reviews. And right now it's mostly negative. It was overwhelmingly negative at one point. It was, I think when I first looked, 31% positive. Now it's 39% positive. So it's creeping up. I think mixed is 45 or 50, something like that. Mm-hmm. And that's when it turns like that kind of beige color instead of that like haunting orange or red that you see when you're like, it's like, oh no.
Haunting.
I feel like, so I think that that's true. I think in some way Jeff did it a favor nonetheless, but it removed its ability to be shadow dropped and then perhaps find a way more organically, and we'll never know now. But what I will say is that I feel, and this is what you were saying, Chris, you were touching on, is like, you've played it a lot and you have a place to now say something. is that I think people are just too willing and eager to say things about games that they've not played or have played insufficiently. And that's part of what I think bothers me about the way reviews work on Steam. Tim Weckworth wrote in and said, "Gentlemen, with the discourse around Highguard and review bombing, is it time for us to realize that most of this is done to troll by kids 25 plus years younger than us? Everyone needs to hang on to this thought before overreacting online. From what I can tell, the mediocrity is there for all to see." This is what you were saying, Chris, is that like the game is what it is. It's not great. It's serviceable and there might be something there. Mostly negative reviews, 39%. Positive reviews, in my opinion, doesn't reflect a more objective reality about the game and therefore indicates that the system's broken. On PSN, if you go and try to rate something without having downloaded it, it won't let you, right? With a free-to-play game, the barrier to entry is much lower. And I know that because you just download it and you can just play it and then you can just rate it.
Right.
On any platform. Steam is really great. It's a double-edged sword because it's cool. I want everyone to have their opinions and I want people to be able to say what they want to say. But I think there needs to be more done on the side of being like, you just haven't played it sufficiently. Yeah. And I know that the reviews, and people always say this, it's like, well, it says played for 1.1 hour or whatever. And I'm like, but nonetheless, you should simply not be allowed to say anything having played the game for 1.1 hours. Sorry, it's not enough. You might know if something's good or bad even before that. But you expect critics to go the extra mile, then you should probably go the extra mile knowing that you have some sort of heft. I'm not saying you have to beat it. I'm not saying anything like that, but show some care. Because cumulatively, when you look at it, English reviews, mostly negative, in parentheses, 22,266. There's nothing there that says, oh, this guy played it for an hour. And people have broken down the numbers saying like people have played for more than 5 hours. It's actually positive. You know? That kind of thing. And it's like, yeah, but you have to go in and break that stuff down. It's just, it doesn't seem, it is disingenuous and it seems strange and pile-on-ish. And I'm not really entirely sure where the schadenfreude comes from. The only thing I can really think of is that it's a sort of, and I wrote this in my notes to make sure I remembered this verbiage, a reverse antagonism, but aimed in any direction. And what I mean is like developers were kind of acting strange for a while. I think we all know this. Talking back to the audience, not everyone, right? But believing things that weren't true, being too bullish, alienating people, whatever. That has, I think, been internalized and reversed and just shot out like a cannon. Like a light going through a prism.
Right.
You know? And everyone gets it. So this game just gets caught up in whatever dramas out there. It's not really responsible for any of it. And I think it injures it. So would it be a positive reaction to the game? Maybe not. But I don't think it would be mostly negative. And I just think, again, the libertarian slant of Steam is really cool. I think something should be like that.
Yeah.
There should be a place like that. But it's too weaponized. And I don't think there's any recovering for this game because of it. Ultimately, when I was on PSN late last night, you know, there was a couple hundred people on my friends list out of 2,000. And I went through one by one. One person was playing Highguard. That's just anecdotal. It could be doing better on console. It's shed basically all of its audience on PC. What do you think of this, Dustin, the review bombing? I mean, we've talked about this in different contexts before. I don't know that I understand because it's like one way that people can quote unquote fight back, but it doesn't seem like it's appropriately directional at the actual products that maybe should be fought against.
Right. I think that the reason why they allow someone to submit a review without much time played is because there are situations, particularly on PC, where a game can be sold that just doesn't work or runs really poorly or has some kind of game breaking issue early on. And so in those situations, I could see why you would want you could make a very negative review an hour into the game. It's like, this game's fucking broken. Doesn't work. Don't buy it. That's why I'm putting a negative review, right? So maybe there needs to just be a more nuance into the system where you can leave specific reviews for bug-related issues, but at the same time, people would probably just use that to their advantage as well. Like, be like, oh, Highguard's a broken game, and leave a negative review with no consequence, even though it's clearly not broken. You may not like it, but I do think that there is a high degree of performative hating for sure. We talked about that last week with like, there always needs to be something to hate online.
It's mega corny. Like I cringe thinking about it. I've just never spent, I'm not trying to be holier than thou. I was like this when I was a fucking child, where I was like, I don't like this thing. Okay. I hated Sega when I was a kid, but I didn't like spend all my time shitting on it. Just a little bit of my time. You know? And so it's like, just grow up. I don't know. I'm not saying that you can't be mean about the game. You can't dislike it, all that. It just seems so,
it's inauthentic,
beyond the pale. You know?
It's inauthentic. I don't even think they really feel that. I think a lot of it is just like, it's cool. It's cool to hate this. I want to be cool because I am insecure. So let me hate it. That's what it reads like. Even if it's not true, that's kind of how it comes across. And again, it's not even to say that, like, again, the game's got some interesting things about it. It's very flawed. I even think I didn't have any performance issues personally. I'm on a 3080. I played it on PC, but people were having some performance issues. There's some like key things missing from the options menu and things like that. Like it deserves some criticism, right? Like, and I think if someone played it for 5 hours, 10 hours and hated it, I'd be like, that's 100% valid. I think the thing that bums me out about it is that, like, I already uninstalled it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm marathon brained. You know, like there's no room.
Marathon maxing.
I'm marathon maxing. I got no room for this in my life right now, right? But what does bum me out about like the kind of knee-jerk, uninformed criticism of it is this consistent insistence that, oh, we just want games to do new weird things, right? And then here's this game where it's like, look, it looks generic. I'll give you that, man. Like, no one's gonna like. I think it looks like Immortals of Avium.
Yeah, it does. Like, and which looked like, what was that Gearbox shooter?
Battleborn?
No, after that. Do you know what I'm talking about, Dustin?
What the fuck?
Battleborn?
Gearbox?
Yeah, that is the Gearbox shooter.
Yeah, but there was one after that like was a PS5 exclusive. No, that's I'll find it. I'll find it.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's like no one. When I come up with the name of this game, you're going to be like, we were the first person to talk about this game in 5 years.
But look, I like, it's a game that's like it's demanding quite a fair bit of you. It's like it's starting off with like a very slow period. It's like it's got this weird kind of tiered loot system.
Godfall.
No, that was like wasn't that a
it was
Melee
Counterplay,
game?
but Gearbox published it.
So that was a Gearblock. So that was a looter sorter or something, right? Like,
yeah, I was just saying the look of it reminds me a lot of that. Like, it looks. Yeah, a lot like
it's a very generic looking game, but like, as far as like, it is one of the more uniquely structured multiplayer games I've played in quite a while. Like, now that's going to rub a lot of people the wrong way, and it rubbed me the wrong way in certain areas. But I mean, this is interesting. This is weird. This is kind of offbeat. This is not Concord. And so I don't know. I like, you want new things, but then you kind of don't. And it's not me saying that like every element of this game is unique. I think it borrows from a lot of places, like every game really should and really does. But the combination here is unique and interesting and very strange. And I don't know. I want to give props to studios who do that, or games that do that, even if they do look kind of deceivingly kind of generic. Again, this isn't going to win awards. This isn't going to enter my rotation. But there's an effort here to do something weird and off and strange, and I do appreciate that. And it's a bummer to, I guess, see like the bandwagoning hate. Like if you hate something, hate it, engage with it, and really have that disdain come from a place of, you know, informed experience, as opposed to this kind of like, I don't know, the inauthentic bandwagoning. I don't know. I'm not about it.
Urethra Franklin wrote in. Said, hey crew, call me heartless, but I find I'm struggling to feel bad for Highguard and its devs. The game launched with every intention to be the next soul-sucking live service title, complete with 6 kinds of microtransactions available on day one. It tried using the names of Apex Legends and Titanfall before removing it, which is a thing that they did do, to try and gain early goodwill. It's a ripoff of nearly every successful mechanic and other live service games mixed together without any comprehensive testing to see if that would even work. The team soon came out with a year one roadmap with the lore dumps and plans for a single player campaign in 2 years before ensuring that their title was optimized on launch date. They only have their insane hubris to blame for their failure. Am I alone in this feeling? I don't think you're alone in that. I think the one fundamental mistake that they made, and it's not even a mistake, it's a choice you make if you want to shadow drop or even shadow announce something with an imminent release date, is they never had a chance to crowdsource reactions, which may have sunk the game before it even got out and could have been a reason why they decided to do that. Although a lot of these people worked on Apex Legends, and famously Apex Legends came out, you know, out of nowhere. So I think they wanted to redo that. But this game probably could, based on the way you talked about it and others are talking about it, Chris, it's like, it seems like a game that could have used a lot of people playing it and being like, this needs to be refined. I keep seeing things about how
testing,
3v3 is, a lot of people are saying like it's got to be 4v4, 5v5, even 3v3v3 or something. But like that the maps are too big, like things that they could have figured out, because I'm sure they focus tested it, and they had, as was being made fun of earlier, they flew people in and wined and dined people, I guess, and had them put them up, not unusual, to play the game under embargo. But I think that's probably the big thing that they missed out on. But that's a choice. I mean, because if you do that, then you're revealing the game and you're letting people play it. And then there's a sort of boldness in doing it because you're baking in a lot as opposed to just releasing it. And so maybe I think that this is probably the best outcome in terms of player base, but in terms of reaction and sustainability, shadow dropping it might have actually been the best move. And again, right. I think that people are just putting too much blame on the reveal of it. Like ultimately, it doesn't matter. You know, like it's about the actual gameplay experience. That's interesting. We're always going to remember that and talk about that with Highguard. Highguard is going to become nomenclature like Concord. Mm-hmm. It's going to be. It's nowhere near as devastating as as Concord was in terms of.
No.
Concord might have been just as good of a game, actually, but it was missing out on just a bunch of different shit and people hated it. And you had to pay for it. I mean, if Highguard was $40.
Yeah, it would be Highguard $40 would be over. I actually think I think it's significantly better than Concord, actually.
Okay, yeah, you would know better than me.
Concord, well, it's just more interesting. Like it's more unique and more interesting, and it's Concord was Overwatch. Just straight up. It was just a hero shooter, and you do an objective and you kill the other team, and it really was not doing anything. I think the most interesting thing wasn't like their whole mechanic. I could be misremembering this, but I feel like the whole lean that they were doing was that they were going to have, story content. They were going to have story content and cutscenes. That was the big thing. And beyond that, the meta game was like, oh, it's not like Overwatch, because in Overwatch you can pick one hero and like play them the whole match. In this game, if you swap to a different hero after you die, it gives your team a buff, and it's like, who the fuck cares? That's like meta game shit. Like right. Nobody gives a shit about that.
Yeah, agreed. But you have to earn that kind of that kind of cachet with people. You do, and it plays like Apex Legends. Like it feels snappy and good, but like it's I don't know, man. It's they really should have tested this a lot more thoroughly, because it's just like I feel like any sane person would have been like, maybe not that the map's too small, because I understand why it needs to be the size it is, but like there's nothing going on in it, dude. Like you need put in like enemy AI, even if they're not even if they don't attack, if it's just something to kill for like some of the stuff that you would normally spend mining for, right?
that would do something. It would add some dynamism to that world, but it's so vast and not interactive until, you know, the fights happen, which I don't know, man. I think it's that predetermined downtime that you know you're in for, no matter what you're doing. It's just like, ooh.
I wonder what they're going to do.
Yeah.
I wonder, I mean, morale must be in the fucking gutter. Right. It must have been in the gutter since the game was revealed. And it's I would imagine there was some hope that we're going to turn it around. We can turn it around. Let's get the game out. That hope's now gone in terms of like, well, you're not going to do that with no work. If I were them, I'd keep looking at that number, that digit creeping up towards mixed.
Right.
I think they can. I've been kind of looking at it. I want them to like at least solve the problem in some way, but I just don't know that there's enough runway for them to do it, because a free to play game, they're not getting any money up front, and who even knows who's interacting with the microtransactions and how much money they're making. I mean, you could imagine a situation where they're literally making in the hundreds of thousands of dollars or something abysmal. You know, so
yeah, we'll see.
I don't know like who their investors are and what their expectations are. To Urethra writing in, should we feel bad for them? No,
you don't have to.
I don't think you should feel bad for them. I just think, I mean, I feel bad for everyone that I'm a soft person. Like I feel bad for people that are in rough spots or whatever, and I don't want anyone to like lose, except for people that have, you know, that I personally don't like. But I don't know anyone on this team, and so it's not that. It's like I just encourage everyone to be kind of normal, if you can.
Yeah,
if you can help it.
Yeah, I don't feel bad for the devs so much as I just feel bad for the state of just how we've been trained to interact with media that we have no experience with. Like that's kind of like, that's what makes me bummed out, really. It's just like that so many people think it's like that it makes you cool to dislike something that you don't have experience with. And by the way, like not even like something that's obviously like, oh, it's not like, oh, because I know somebody's gonna be like, oh man, you don't have to eat shit to know that it tastes bad. It's
That's
like,
true.
Yes, this is not eating feces.
It's not even about your opinion. It's not even about flash or snap opinions. It's about your need to share them endlessly and act like they matter.
Yeah.
You think about whatever. I have flash snap opinions on everything. I just don't tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I make a joke to Holly. I'll watch a YouTube video. I'm like, that video wasn't very good. I'm going to go leave a comment, post on Twitter, and make a Reddit thread about how this video was
very
not
normal.
Very good.
Very normal behavior.
And the fact that people get like they garner respect from that is crazy to me. Like I just don't like that you can build a career having opinions that aren't based in experience is fucking, that's a depressing thing too. But
so again, I don't care. Like feel however you want, do whatever you want. I mean, ultimately you're your own person, but I just think that we need to, it's what you said, Chris. It's like the direction of this is go, like just the way people already talk about Intergalactic is so funny. It's
right.
People be like, I think I saw a tweet, someone saying like, I can't, and it was like retweeted a bunch of times. Like, I can't wait for Intergalactic to come out and destroy Neil Druckmann and Naughty Dog or whatever. And I'm like,
right.
First of all, you're absolutely delusional if you think that's going to happen. Second of all, why?
Yeah, it's very odd.
What happened to you? Like, what was it that like and dislike things, but I don't, again, just get a life, you know, ultimately, like, Jesus Christ, I'm saying that. Me.
Yeah. We'll see, man. We'll see how it shakes up. I wish him the best. I do think they have an interesting thing that could be made into something that is a little bit more outwardly appealing. I really think a simple fix would just get some AI in that open space, and that would do a lot. But whether they have the flexibility to meet that challenge, because like it doesn't even seem like they're even remotely focused on AI at all. It's a PvP multiplayer game. I don't even think they thought about it. So we'll see. But I wish them the best, but I'll be elsewhere.
All right, my boys. That's Highguard. That's what we're playing. Guess that will be. Should we do like? I guess. Is anyone else in the family playing it?
What do you mean, like a spoiler cast for Highguard?
Yeah, like, well, yeah. Like, is there some conversation to be had about it with someone else, or? Do you know Dustin is Maddie wouldn't play this?
Maddie did play it, I think.
No, I don't know him. I know like my friends Brandon and Ben played it. I don't think Brad's played it.
Brad.
So
yeah, Gene's not going to be playing that for a while. I mean,
I'll be talking more about it on Summon Sign also. But
okay. Oh, great. Okay, yeah. So maybe that's what we'll do. It's not even Highguard specifically. It's like I just feel like we haven't talked about a game in a while, like a new release, and but there's nothing.
Really
Resident Evil is probably the next one that we'll do.
100%.
And I forgot to say anything about Gene. Gene is in surgery today that they were recording. People have been seeing like he's going to be gone for a while. Maybe he never comes back to our shows. I don't know if he doesn't want to, but because there's I saw that he tweeted out that he's like just not going to be podcasting and not doing anything for, while he recovers or whatever. Just want everyone to know Gene. I told Gene personally, I mean, I've talked to him several times recently, including yesterday, but just think you got bigger fish to fry. Like, don't even worry about it.
Yeah.
Like if you want to come back when you're feeling up to it, because he's having lung issues specifically. And so he doesn't know what his breath and his air is going to be like and his ability to do that kind of thing. And I also know that he says he like suffers with social media addiction and all these kinds of things. So I think he just wants to get away. And I think once he's once he's through chemo and on the mend, he'll be in a better headspace and then he can figure out what he wants to do, but I don't want anyone to worry about that in the interim. He's more than welcome to come back whenever he wants, but that's in the air. So, cause he'd probably be someone that would fuck around with Highguard in a different situation. All right. Let's get into listener inquiries. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. As you know, you can submit your inquiries to this show and all the other shows in the threads on the newsfeed on Patreon each and every week if you're at the $2 and up subscriber level on Patreon. Sacred Symbols threads go live Wednesday afternoon Eastern time and are deleted Thursdays around noon Eastern time. So you have like 21 to 24 hours to get your inquiry in. And you've heard a bunch of them throughout the show. Let's get to 6 more. Nauman43 wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Gentlemen, I was curious what your guys' thoughts are on mini-maps in games. I'm replaying The Witcher 3, and I noticed that I tend to be staring at the minimap a lot and not looking at the world. I love the system in BioShock Infinite where you would press R3 and an arrow would show on the ground which way you were supposed to be going, and I think it'd be awesome if more games implemented it. What say you? Dead Space does the same thing."
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
It's funny because I do become aware that I do that in games with minimaps where you're really just staring at the minimap, trying to like get to where you're going. And it is a little distracting. Yet, when a minimap's not in a game, I have to admit, I miss it. And I get annoyed when what was a game that didn't Claire Obscure? Right.
Yeah.
It's like, and they still haven't added it. Where I'm like, what are you doing?
It's not part of the vision, man.
You having any idea where you're going? Not part of it, man. It's Hell Is Us or something.
Right.
So I do like a good map. I do like a good mini map. I get annoyed when they're not there. Games with a lot of, it's the way the maps read too. What was a game that I was playing recently? Might have been Death Stranding or something, where like there's a lot of geographic altitude and it's not really shown. And so like you're trying, it's Ghost of Yote. And like you're trying to like get down a tunnel or like a pathway, but the map doesn't really show you and it's all fucked up. That stuff needs to be better refined. But generally speaking, I like to know where I'm going, especially in open world games. BioShock, because you're comparing Witcher 3 and BioShock and Infinite, and those are 2 different games. BioShock Infinite is totally linear. So there's really no reason to have one. Witcher 3 is open world, and I think a mini-map makes a lot of sense there. Chris, where are you on the mini-map in video games?
I catch myself doing this too. I catch myself doing it in Cyberpunk a lot for whatever reason, which is a bummer because like the world of Cyberpunk is so cool. But like, I feel like I have to look at the minimap because like,
especially when it shows you enemy locations, right? As red dots or whatever, like you'd be foolish not to look.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, I think, I like a good minimap. I dig like a minimap radar hybrid, whatever you want to call it. Like, I think it's necessary, but I really do think that's like an individual discipline kind of thing. Like, cause I catch myself doing it and then I'm like, all right, I gotta stop. Like this is, I'll check it for good measure, but like, You just gotta learn how to self-correct. I think because I don't want a game like that to come out and not have a minimap, because it is mega useful and it's good. Like it's a good system. I'm glad we have it. It can just be a little addicting sometimes.
Yeah,
not addicting. Maybe that's not the right word, because it doesn't feel good to stare at the minimap. It's just it feels more efficient sometimes than staring at the world, which is like something that they should iron out.
It's an efficient way of playing. Because even playing Symphony of the Night, as I'm playing now, which I played many times, of course, like you have to press, it used to be select, but you press the touchpad to bring up the map, but the map like overlays the screen and it's very active. And even that is okay as its own form of minimap. But I generally like them. Dustin, where are you on the minimap and the minimap distraction?
Yeah, I understand the tendency to look at it too much. I like it when games have dynamic HUDs where they can kind of disappear when you don't need them. It's nice. I do notice the place where the minimap is most annoying to me is shooter games, like particularly Call of Duty, where I remember playing at some point, and I think it was Brandon was like, dude, you really gotta watch the minimap. Like, you're not watching because that's how you're gonna get all your info about where enemies are.
Right. That's what I was saying. Like, just that kind of stuff that you have to see it, you know?
Yeah.
The heat map.
So I've always thought, like, I kind of hate that. Like, I don't want to be constantly staring at this little box in the corner of my screen in order to play, which is one of the draws of playing hardcore mode, where you don't have a minimap. No one does. But
yeah.
So I think I don't want to call them a necessary evil, because I do think they are good and I enjoy a good minimap, but it's like Chris was saying, you got to kind of self-correct to make sure you're not watching it too much. There is an argument too, I guess, that in the games where you're watching the minimap a ton because you can't figure out how to get around without it, could be a level design issue in certain instances. Yeah. But I think it's also just because we're stupid. And it's like, oh, I'm looking at the minimap to get around when really I don't need to. I'm just used to doing it.
You know what has kind of a bad, I wonder if you would agree with this, Colin, Borderlands. Like the way the minimap functions in Borderlands is so weird, because like I think it's like, I can't remember exactly what it is, but like I don't know if it, like, maybe the perspective isn't locked down.
Yeah, I think it might show out like your altitude or something, or like bent up or down.
I just remember playing through like one of the Borderlands games recently. I think it might have been either 2 or 4 maybe. Although I think 2 is more likely, where I'm just like, brother, I can't. This might as well not tell me anything. I'm so confused looking at this. But yeah, good old minimap.
Yeah, like I guess I would just say that I guess I am relying on them. Just that I notice when they're missing, and so obviously that's something. And
yeah,
some games really, really need them. So, and I think, you know what it reminds me a lot of, guys, is like, it reminds me of third person view. The thing about first person view is that it's supposed to be immersive, but actually third person view is totally unimmersive. You're getting views and sight lines and stuff that you shouldn't have. And the minimap falls into the same game convenience. There's no reason you should know any of this, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense at all. But it's part of game. It's part of it. It's part of it.
I think it's that's true. I always looked at that as like anything like that. I look as like kind of like a way to give the player information that the character would have, I guess. In some, like in Red Dead, right? Like you figure, like, you know, they live here. You know, they kind of should know like how many buildings are in this town. Probably. But you as a player might not know that. And so the map is there to kind of fill in the gaps of from a role play perspective. But like, I see what you're saying. Like, I definitely feel that way about third person, like in multiplayer stuff. I'm like, brother, like you're peeking around a wall. This sucks.
Yeah, like spinning the camera.
Yeah, it's awful.
The Juan one wrote in and said, hi, CDC. Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade just had a recent update. This is called Streamlined Progression, which is basically a god mode for the game. Max HP and MP, always do 9,999 damage, all weapons upgraded, etc. This was added because of the release of the Switch 2 and Xbox version of Final Fantasy VII Remake. But this resulted in the PS5 Platinum of Final Fantasy VII Remake dropping from a 7 of 10 difficulty to a 3 of 10 difficulty. I'm surprised it's even that, which caused some disagreements with the trophy within the trophy community. Some say it hurts the value of the Platinum, while others embraced it, as the system helped get past those VR challenges. I don't mind this because the game is over 5 years old. I mean, Resident Evil does this already with its Unlock Everything DLC months after the game is released. What do you guys think of the updates in DLC making a Platinum trophy easier? Dustin, glad you made it home safely, and congrats on 10,000 subscribers. You got 10,000 subscribers on your YouTube channel.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you. We haven't probably grown 10,000 subscribers like at all in like years.
Dude, if we could just get where are we at?
It's like
We're
we need
so
like
close to
4,000
100K.
something, I think, to get to 100,000.
Dude, I want the 100K because I want the plaque.
I want the plaque too, but I don't want to. I just want it to happen. I don't want to ask people to subscribe and stuff if they're not watching. I assume they just are. Like, I just subscribe to YouTube channels when I'm watching them. I don't want ghost subscribers. You know, I think you look fucking stupid when you put out videos when there's like, we said this a million times. You have like 1 million subscribers and you get like 40,000 views. You look dumb, in my opinion.
That's usually because the channel had a major problem at some point. But so do not subscribe unless you want to. The
wink,
Last Stand.
Wink, wink.
Yeah.
All right. So this situation is interesting. I didn't even know this existed. When I got this letter, the reason I included it, I went and read about it. I'm like, I didn't know this happened. You'll find this interesting one, which is the original Final Fantasy VII port, which came out in 2017, has a very similar functionality where you can, I think, click the right stick at any time to be in limit break, and you can click the left stick, I think, at any time to be immune or something like that. And it makes the game comically easy if you want to do it that way. That was available at launch. And I didn't use it at all. There's also ways to speed up the game substantially, which I think is awesome. The Final Fantasy Pixel remasters have that too, where like the game just moves quick. I used that. I think I used the limit break thing to beat one of the weapons because I was like, I can't do this. Like I don't want to do this anymore. It's very similar to how I felt when I played the God of War games and I fight the Valkyrie Queen. And I'm like, I'm playing this on easy. This is fucking insane.
Yeah.
Like this is insane. I'm not doing this. So is it cheating? Sure. But like you said, the game is older. People still have to go through the game. And as I understand, this option is not available unless you've beaten it. That to me is okay. It's like, whatever, who cares? There's a new game plus. It's annoying. Like there's a bunch of annoying. It makes me, I look at it and I'm like, maybe I'll go and platinum it because I never did. But I think what I'll end up doing, and this is what makes me really happy and makes me hope that they put this into into Rebirth as well, is when Rebirth came out, I replayed Final Fantasy VII Remake. And then when the third one comes out, I want to replay the first two again, and I can just basically blast through them and experience the story. That's all I really care about. I remember what they are to play. I want to like know the beats of the story again. And it's kind of tantalizing, and it's an option. Again, I want to reiterate this. These days, you should just go for trophies for yourself.
Yeah.
The comparisons have long been broken. Things are, remember Nier Automata was a really controversial game with trophies because you can buy them. You can buy
with real money.
You can buy the trophies.
Right.
So like literally, it's not even like literally buying something like it's like you literally go to a store and buy the trophies.
Right.
And they pop. So even in premium like games, it's broken. And so that again, that's why I was making, remember when we were making fun of that studio for all their games getting taken off of PSN, and I was like, really the cornballs are the people that are buying this shit. Like who cares if you have 1,000 platinum trophies and you look at your list and it's garbage. That's fucking depressing. This is what you're choosing to do. I go through those people's lists sometimes on PSN profiles, the people like the top of the leaderboard, and I'm like, this is so corny, dude. It's like the jumping taco Australian, the jumping taco Japanese, the jumping taco America, the jumping taco Europe, the jumping taco 2 North America. It's like, what? And then you'll see like the times underneath, it's like platinum in 30 seconds. Usually it says like platinum in 2 months or whatever. Yeah. It's like these are the people you're competing with. So ultimately you have to just do it for yourself. And I didn't know that Resident Evil games released that sort of thing because the Resident Evil platinums are hard. Mostly because you have to do things outside of the games. like the what is it? The rebellion
like
mode or something?
There's like a
mercenary. Yeah,
is it mercenary?
Maybe that's what it is. I was talking about that with Brad, I think, at some point where I'm like, yeah, that's what stops you from platinuming these games, is that there's often these other bullshit things you have to do that I don't want to do. If it's all about the game, Dead Space's platinum was perfect. So was Chronos's, where it's just like Chronos is like just beat the game on New Game Plus. All right. Al Pacacino wrote in. We've heard from you before. Hi, CDC. Quick dilemma. If you are a fan of the traditional single-player PlayStation games and want to see more of them releasing at a higher pace, what should your attitude be towards their live service games like Marathon? Cheer for them to fail so that PS understands the message and goes back to investing the entire pie on single-player games, or cheer for them to be a massive success so that PS quickly finds their golden goose and slows down their relentless pursuit of live service endeavors? I personally lean towards the second option. They won't stop until they find success in this space and will probably keep going even after a couple of successes, but I do hope they get to a point where they slow down investment in live service after a couple of games hit and are consistent revenue streams. What say you? Thank you for all that you do. Dustin, what should Al Pacacino be rooting for?
I think you should support the games you like and are interested in, and you shouldn't be like, oh, well, I'm going to buy Marathon because I want to support Sony, or cheer for it to fail because you want single player games. I think the market is just going to act and respond, because no matter what, regardless of how anything happens, for the time being, Sony is going to pursue live service. As long as games like Fortnite are incredibly successful and making millions and millions, tens of millions of dollars, Sony is going to want a piece of that, regardless of anything else. So I would say just continue doing and playing what you want to play. It's not, it just feels like it's not that deep, bro. You know?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's not much you can do as a single individual to change the course of a company to bend them to your will. So just give up, along with a lot of other things in life, is my suggestion.
Fair enough. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I largely agree. I do. I don't know, man. Like, because I mean, Fortnite exists, right? And Epic doesn't do anything else. You know, they're kind of focused on sustaining. I mean, I guess they have like the Epic Game Store or whatever, but like that's not.
Yeah, and they bought a few things, but they all integrated it, like harmonics and psionics and all that, into the game.
Yeah, and so like I do think it's probably more beneficial for them to find their thing and then focus on, having that studio that makes it sustain it. That probably frees up some level of pressure, but I guess my question is like, would they try again to get a separate thing? Because it's technically wise to do that, because you're gonna put all your eggs in one basket. So I don't really know if it would pan out in the way that you think, where like, oh, they'll find a success and then they'll focus on single player. I think we're always going to get these types of games, whether we want them or not, really. Like, I think you're going to get more single player games. The pace is never going to go up again. I'm sorry. like we're well into I mean, I would be astonished. I would be so I would be ecstatic if we managed to get back to the 3-year minimum dev cycle for like really solid single player games. But I don't. It's not looking like that's in the cards, really. So that's not going to happen. But we're going to keep getting single player games, and we're going to keep getting multiplayer games. And I think, like Dustin said, I just think the only thing that you should be doing is supporting the games that you want to play. Let's leave it at that. I really, it's not that deep, bro. It's kind of accurate. Yeah,
I agree with both your sentiments that as an individual, you're not going to do much to change the course anyway. That's kind of makes it seem like hopeless, but it truly is what it is. You were saying that they're going to continue to go after these success stories, and it's like they already have a meteoric success, and they have 2 of them really. And if you count Gran Turismo 3, but they have Helldivers and MLB. Those are 2 massive live service games. They're going to keep squeezing as much as they can. I think the advantage Sony has, as I've noted many times in the past, is that they have access to data that they shouldn't have access to per se, because they are the how do I put this? It's like they're the facilitator of play. So the stats about how people play Fortnite or whatever, and any other game running on their consoles, they know. It's not like a thing where they just don't know. And so I bring this up because I wonder if they see stats at some point where they're like, there's such a level of impenetrable domination by a certain number of games eating up all of these hours, as we've discussed the 10 games that make half of the revenue on PSN, right? If they look at that and say, like, there really is no penetrating this reasonably. Like, we've thrown, at this point, whatever the point they say, 20 things at the wall, 3 of them have stuck somewhat, and there's just nothing to do. Maybe they reach that point, but even if they do, and this is what Jaffe and I were saying on Sacred Plus recently, is like, that gets into the really scary conversation for us, where it's like, they have the conversation of like, maybe we just don't need to make games. Like, maybe now again, I don't think that they would do that. That leaves them incredibly vulnerable, and they want to control IP, as we've said. But like, that's more likely than them giving up on games as a service, because single player games are just not moneymakers. Even a game like Spider-Man 2 or when Wolverine comes out, there's going to be heavy licensing fees for that. They'll make a lot of money on it, but it's a lot for a little, and spending a lot to make a little. And I just, Al Pacino, we got to get into the acceptance phase at some point that it's not really operating towards us anymore, whether or not we like it or not. And really the only way to change it is for us to just abandon the console. But I feel sated because I'm just overwhelmed with shit to play. I people made fun of me for years for saying it, but it's like, I just don't care where the games come from, really. It's interesting that Sony has its own. Look at Saros. Like, Saros, at its most optimistic, might sell 2 or 3 million copies. That's like ultimately, like, lifetime, maybe. If you're like really bullishly optimistic, it's like, that's not there's no money to be made doing that. Period. It doesn't even matter what you're charging for the game or what it costs to spend or what it costs to make it at that point. Because at that point, you're still looking at $200 million in gross revenue. And it's like, yeah, that's nice. Now back to the trenches for another 5 years, for like, it sucks. And making games, this is what we were saying about AI, is like making games quicker and cheaper. It's like, that's just going to make the problem worse. It's not going to make it better. So let's start to get to the acceptance phase. Colin K. Marr wrote in, said, hello, Sacred Gents. I apologize in advance for this longer question. Over the past several years, we have repeatedly seen games with enormous budgets fueling an unsustainable trend. We've been told games are expensive to make, and so dev teams require hundreds or thousands of people with 5+ years to make something that will likely be poorly received. I want to pose a perspective that I don't hear others discussing. Is the scope of most games just too big to be sustainable? I think most gamers are growing tired of the 100+ hour open world game. During the SNES or NES and SNES days, there were pound for pound many more high quality games with much smaller scopes. Perhaps we don't need bigger, more expensive games. I argue that the overall quality of games has decreased due to an unnecessary increase in scope. I find myself growing concerned with discussions regarding the release of PS6, as this will inevitably lead to devs increasing the scope and budget of their games once again. What say you? Well, let's focus on the here and now with this one. It is true that NES and SNES games, there were, by the time you got to the SNES, there were 40, 50-hour role-playing games, 60-hour role-playing games. And Dragon Warrior 4 and Dragon Warrior 3 were long on NES too. But generally speaking, it's true. You could beat a game, you beat Contra in like 20 minutes. If you knew what you're doing. Castlevania in 20 minutes. Mega Man in 25 minutes. These were short games. And people paid a lot of money for them. I don't know that there's going to be a high tolerance for that. And I know that that's not necessarily what you're saying, but let's say you're saying like 5 hours, 10 hours. I don't know. Are you willing to pay $40 for a 5-hour game? Like straight up a 5-hour game? Maybe if it's like the best thing you've ever played, but I don't know, man. There's no going back to those days. I think the customers are different. The consumers are different. Think about, there were adults playing NES and SNES, obviously, but think about it. It's like these games were short and limited, purchased primarily by parents for children that had nothing better to do. As we all grew up with the medium, I think there are obviously kids filling in the gaps now and coming in behind us, But our expectations have changed, and because those expectations have changed, that have trickled down to everyone where they want more immersive and complete experiences. I don't know that there's any getting away from that. The only thing is that takes so much time and money from the pie. And so it makes the competition really risky. Like a game like Crimson Desert, or later Dawn of the Bloodwalker, or Blood of the Dawnwalker, one of those. Those are games that are expensive and robust, and they'll do well critically and commercially, I assume, but are also taking away from others, taking out of the mouths of other developers. That's just, it's just about ratcheted up competition. So it's not about like trying to reframe the competition to make something else that no one wants. It's like embracing the fact that like this is the new reality, and that games aren't made like they were on the Genesis or the SNES anymore. I love those kinds of games, and they still exist on the fringes, but not to any meaningful extent. Dustin, is scope a problem?
I think there is some issue with scope. It's tough because games now, like consumers in general, are already trending so much towards free-to-play games and aren't as interested in, we'll say, standard AAA games. And so the solution for, maybe not solution, but I think as a symptom of that, AAA games are getting bigger and crazier because that's what is needed in order for people to necessarily go out and make the purchase. It's a weird time though too, because we look at like a lot of, if we want to take some degree of standardization with the Game Awards, not that they're the end all be all, but if you look at the Game of the Year nominees, 3 of them were, we'll say, smaller budget games, with Hades 2, Silksong, Clair Obscur to some degree. But while those games may be big in the hardcore gaming circle, they're not necessarily games that like sustain the industry as a whole. They're not like the games that necessarily some normies will play. Clair Obscur maybe, but so I think that it would be cool to get back to, this is something that Sony was doing towards the end of the PS4 generation, and something I think Sean Layden initiative, because he talked about this, was I really loved the $40 interstitial games, where games like Spider-Man Miles Morales, Uncharted Lost Legacy, where it's like, okay, we did all the really expensive main work for this game. Could we do like a really nice expansion for it and get more leverage out of it, and then you get another title? I think that was a really interesting idea that's kind of been abandoned at this point, where it's like, okay, well, on to the next one. I do think that also, as much as I love Naughty Dog and their craziness, I think that them setting a standard of like their level of hyper detail and realism in games, I guess Rockstar also, with like Red Dead Redemption 2 and things with that, have created unrealistic expectations for some people. And also not just unrealistic, unnecessary expectations. I think it's awesome that in The Last of Us Part 2, there's a hyper realistic rope animation, and you can see Ellie putting the rope together and how much detail is there. I think that's great. I do not need every game to do that. Right. And I don't need games to get anywhere close to that, actually. But I think there is been this creep where it's like, oh, well, there's like this standard that we got to keep reaching for. And it's like, no, you don't need to do that. Make the game really fun, and you can make it beautiful and you can add details, but it doesn't need to be insane.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris.
No, yeah, I mean, I think it's hard because I think there's like a lot of mixed messaging coming from consumers, really, like and the audience, because on one hand you have Fortnite, which commands a lot of attention and a lot of time, and it's PUBG but you can build a condo. you know? It's just like it's a very standard game. Like they've added a lot to it, but even when it was just a very simple thing, it was free to play and it demanded a lot of people's time and attention. But then you also had people paying $60 for Overwatch, which had no single player functionality at all. And then people disappointed that Overwatch 2 didn't have it. It's like I get that it was promised, but like it is funny in retrospect. And so like I don't know, like but then you have like Rockstar and Grand Theft Auto, where like the biggest budgets and the most time is going to result in a massive payout. And you know that. And so you're kind of caught in this weird space where it's like, do we lean into like this kind of lower scope free to play thing where that's dominating? Or do we lean into this direction of like massive, like unheard of budgets for massive untold success that will absolutely happen, as is proven by like, you know, Rockstar and what they're doing. So it's like, I don't really know what you do, because both of those are successful. Like obscenely so much so to the point where like the next Grand Theft Auto is undoubtedly going to be probably what I think it's fair to say the biggest game probably ever.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't
Ultimately,
even think so you look at a game like Crimson Desert and like I look at it and I'm like, that's 100 hours, dude. Me personally, I'm not into that, but like how could I possibly blame somebody or a studio for chasing this type of like audience that's so clearly there, an audience that wants to sink their teeth into something really, really deep and really detailed and really, you know, hype. I don't know about hype. Maybe hyper real is not the best way to describe it, but like, I guess, production per square inch focused. And then you also have people making Highguard because of course they're going to make Highguard. The biggest sad thing for me is that like, there seems to be a lack of, I guess, middle market interest, because I love the middle market. I think the weird shit you get out of that is really cool and really eclectic and really interesting and also timely in comparison. And so that's my sadness, is that like that part of games is kind of gone.
Yeah,
it had a bit of a resurgence with PS4 a little bit. You had like weird shit like Maneater and shit, and you know,
yeah, Maneater was dope. I like that game.
Biomutant was another one. Like I didn't play Biomutant, but like it looked interesting and odd and weird. But like that's what I fear is going away.
Cart wrote in, said, "Sacred Boys, this one is for Colin. We can all answer it though. Curious if your opinion on Kotaku or games media in general perhaps has evolved over the years. I find myself to this day using my phone to peruse a few of the top 5 to 7 gaming sites like IGN, VGC, Push Square, and yes, even Kotaku on a daily basis. While I agree gaming sites aren't what they once used to be, I still pick up on a lot of interesting tidbits. And Kotaku, as wildly outrageous as they have been, driven by political agenda, do describe gaming from a different perspective. With them opening up their comments section again, I don't go to Kotaku, so I didn't even notice that. It's certainly interesting what this fan base prioritizes. I realize you have a unique view given your history with them, but I wonder if your thoughts have changed over time. There are some new writers at Kotaku, but there are definitely still some old guard types hanging around. I ask because you have seen your share of drama at Last Stand Media, the whole Maddie thing from the fall of 2024. What was the Maddie thing? The fall of 2024.
Was that the leak?
Oh, right. That he didn't do anything at all. And then the Chris thing from last summer. Not to mention having to defend normalcy from the likes of Smash JT or whatever he calls himself. Sorry for the ramblings, but definitely interested in hearing your take on the state of gaming news landscape in 2026. I think it's worse than ever, personally. I do want to say this, though. There are good gaming websites. I just believe that people don't use the internet the same way anymore. So websites are... Back in the 90s and into the 2000s, going on the internet meant going on websites. That was all you did. That was it.
Right.
Unless you're using like Internet Relay Chat or ICQ or AIM or whatever, like you were opening a browser or AOL or whatever and going to websites. And that's where websites came from. And that's why websites became this common thing, like a part of the way we interacted with the world. But as the phone came in, and then phone became, and tablets to a degree, and then it became about apps and messaging and social media and circumventing the web. And so there's just it's not to say that you can find valuable things in the deepest, darkest recesses of the internet, no doubt, but it's just not the way people work or not the way people utilize this work anymore. And then so there's no money in it, and then there becomes less of it, and then it becomes search engine optimized and AI written and all of the rest. And so you are where you are. Like the World Wide Web is a disaster.
Yeah.
So, but I don't want to make it seem like it's everything. I don't read IGN anymore because they don't really do original reporting or content. Like they do criticism and stuff. I don't care about that. VGC is great. I read them. Push Square is excellent. For PlayStation fans, it doesn't get any better than Push Square. They update all the time. They have everything you need there. I really like that website a lot. They're owned by IGN now. Kotaku, I don't read. I don't read Kotaku. I don't read Polygon. I'll go there if something points me towards it because they broke a story. I want to make sure to cite them properly. But as I've said in preparation for the show over the years, I basically go to a gauntlet of websites. And I start with PlayStation Blog, and then I go to Video Games Chronicle, Push Square, Gamatsu, which is a great website just for game announcements and stuff, and GamesIndustry.biz. And then I go to the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit, because that's a place where they post a lot. Like a lot of these websites want to protect their relationships, and so they don't print a lot of things that they probably shouldn't be, but those guys will say anything. And so like you definitely want to go check that out too to see what's going on. But no, I mean, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I don't know how these places are hanging on. Like, that's my honest. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who's paying these people? Where the ad money is coming from? They don't really have audiences. IGN is pretty permanent at this point. It's like built into the web, but everybody else, I don't know. Do you guys, Chris, do you go to any gaming websites anymore?
No, man, it's been a long time. It's been a very, very long time since I've even really dabbled in that space. Every now and again, there'll be an article that I'm curious about, and then I'll click through and I'll read it. But it's not a thing that I do so regularly that like I don't even really know the last time I did it. I used to go on them all the time. I used to go on IGN a lot. But even that was like for like maybe like a year or two. I was like really into it, and then I was like, I could just. I'll figure this out somehow.
Yeah. It used to be, it's just so funny because like being on the web used to be everything. I loved it. Everything. Even if you were on a forum or something, you were on the web.
Then the web got out.
The web got out. Everything got Web 2.0 really began. Web 1.0 was so beautiful, so perfect. Dustin?
Yeah.
What websites are you reading these days?
I only read a gaming site if I'm linked to an article on Twitter or someone on Discord or whatever. I just don't. Yeah, I find that the news that interests me, I will find. Like, I don't need to go and seek it out. It will be presented to me because I follow the relevant channels that would tell me about it on social media. So I don't really have a big need to go to a gaming site. I was going to gaming sites when I was in your position, Colin, when I was writing show notes for Punching Up, and I would do a very similar process. But for the most part, I'm just reading stuff as it becomes relevant. So I haven't specifically gone to Kotaku in many, many years.
The thing about I know that we've expounded on this prior, but there was a time when Kotaku was a really great website.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking more than 10 years ago at this point. Like, I mean, 15 years ago, something like that, 12 years ago, 13 years ago. But they were great. Like, it was when it was like Brian Crescente and those guys, like they were really, they would do anything for the story. And I loved that. That was the old Gawker ethos that ended up blowing up in their face because they were a Gawker site, obviously. And they were on top of the world, kind of. They had a small staff. They made a lot of money. They had a lot of respect. That's what's so funny is like everyone always hated IGN, right? I remember that. I remember when I got hired at IGN that people on the forums at GamePax would make fun of me because even I used to make fun of IGN. And they're like, now you're going to IGN. And I'm like, well, yeah, now I'm on the team. So, and I came to obviously love the brand, but everyone always had a problem with IGN. Everyone always had a problem with GameSpot and all the rest, but it was like the smaller sites that people at a moment in time really loved. One Up is one of those sites. Eurogamer was one of those sites. And Kotaku is definitely one of those sites. Polygon kind of tried to make itself into a site like that by design, and that's not the way it works. That's why it worked only for a minute and then it went away. Like, it still exists, but no one gives a shit about Polygon. It's because they were, remember, do you guys remember the videos they released when they announced the site and they got like this huge sponsorship from Microsoft, and it was like such like a blowing smoke up your, up your own ass.
Oh, I think I vaguely
thing.
remember this. Yeah.
Yeah. It was like, ugh. But that was when the web was still vibrant. It's not anymore. The internet is vibrant. But the web, not so much. JP wrote in with a final inquiry. He says, hey guys, is replaying games UNC coded? I had to look up what this meant. UNC.
UNC coded is crazy.
I guess I'm kind of like an UNC, an older guy.
Yeah, an older fella.
I'm not talking about replaying a game that you haven't played in 10 years or roguelites where replaying while trying to get further is the entire conceit. No, I'm referring to the idea of playing a game to the end credits and then instantly starting a new game or new game plus to replay the game. Some people lament newer games for being too long, that the idea of replaying it would be daunting, but that mid-2000 games like BioShock and Dead Space have great replay value and that they enjoy doing that. However, I believe the stats would likely show that most gamers today don't replay games. Could it be that those that enjoy the replay value of a game are primarily older UNC gamers that grew up with fewer games when released, games were shorter, and live service content wasn't available and therefore are more conditioned to look for or enjoy similar replay experiences? Should studios contemplate the replay value of a game during its design? Or do you think that it has diminishing returns as the demographic of gamers shift towards people that didn't grow up in that older era? Thanks for all you do. I'll disrespect Dr. Disrespect through text and listen. You don't have to do that. I mean, do you want, I guess. I mean, he is Dr. Disrespect, so he's almost asking for it in a way.
Right.
This is very well said. This is why I wanted to use this, was it's very well said. There is some sort of connection between the first New Game Plus, like titled New Game Plus that I personally remember was Chrono Trigger. Like that terminology. There were games that would subtly begin again if you beat them and maybe be harder and you can go flip the score and do kind of shit like that. But man, BioShock and Dead Space are two of those great examples of games that are somewhat linear, somewhat non-linear, 15 to 20 hours at most, highly replayable in the moment, different than asking you to play a New Game Plus run of The Witcher. I mean, that's just obvious. And again, that's why I said earlier, Chronos and Dead Space very much kin. Both have great New Game Pluses. And so Resident Evil, I don't think calls it New Game Plus, but they have cool functionality too, where you can like bring things in, make the game easier, and so on and so forth. So, but is it us that looks for it? That's a great point. I mean, why do you need New Game Plus anymore? Unless you really love a game, when you can just go play endless rounds of Fortnite and they'll be different every time, like a game of chess. Very interesting. What do you think of this, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I would imagine, probably an older thing. I don't even need New Game Plus, really. Like, if a game's good as fuck, I'll replay it. I don't even need a reason, but that did originate in a time where it was conceivable that you could do such a thing without spending an inordinate amount of time doing it. Dead Space, I think of pretty regularly as like a perfect length. Because I think I beat Dead Space Remake. I could be misremembering the exact time, but I think no longer than 13 hours.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And it was just like,
God, it's perfect.
It's just the right amount where I'm just like, the second I finish, I was like, you know what? I want to go through again. It's like getting back on a ride. It's like, you know, it's going to take so little time, to get through the ride again. Why not have it again? And, yeah, it is probably an older thing because I would imagine a lot of younger gamers are playing either really, really long games that a New Game Plus of would be fucking insane to even consider, or they're playing multiplayer games that don't really end per se. And I was in that space too. I played a fuck ton of multiplayer. I probably made more Destiny 2 and more Halo 3 than anything else. But like, I really do think it's a matter of the length of games back when we were doing that. Like, and some people kept going and kept like, they didn't even care how long a game was. They would still replay it. I have a cap. I learned that about myself really, really early, where it's like, I love myself a good 8 to 15 hour, 20 hour maximum experience. I think that's like the sweet spot. In the same way that like 2 hours is about the sweet spot for like a movie. In my opinion, it's actually more like an hour and 40 minutes is a sweet spot. But like, generally speaking, you get like a 2.5 hour movie. You're just like, oh, good Lord. Even if it's great, would I go sit there and watch it again immediately after? Like, I don't know about that. But I've definitely rewatched movies. I've put Evil Dead 2 twice in a row once. And it was not laborious at all. And so, yeah, I think there's validity to the theory.
I went and looked. Chrono Trigger was the first game that used the term New Game Plus. So that's interesting. And it's so funny that I so distinctly remember that and how weird. I was like, what is that? When I had the game on SNES, it's like, it was unheard of at
Mysterious.
that point. Yeah, definitely. Dustin. Uncle Dustin.
I guess I agree with the theory, but it does not apply to me because I don't know. I've never been this way that I want to replay a game directly after I've played it. I feel like, particularly now with there being so many options, I want to move on to something new. And even when I was a kid, I remember playing a game and being like, okay, well, I got to put this down. And I'm down to replay something else that I haven't played in a while. That's how I am now. For example, last night I booted up Resident Evil 8 and I'm going to replay it before Resident Evil 9. I didn't bring it up on what we've been playing because it was maybe 40 minutes. So I don't have much to say on it. So I'm just not much like I get fully satiated with a game. I beat it and then I'm done for now. It's very rare that I would replay a game back to back. In fact, I think the only time I've ever done that is Bloodborne, maybe, where I did the New Game Plus and did all that. But it's just not my thing. But I think it makes sense, though, that people that are used to doing that from an older era still want that, for sure.
Fair enough. Good question, JP. Thank you for writing in. And with that inquiry, that wraps us up. That's a wrap.
Nice.
That's it for Chris Raygun.
That's it. I'm out.
I love that. At the end of All right, let's go around the horn. Say goodbye to everyone. See what you're doing. Chris, goodbye to you. Be well.
Goodbye.
Any plans to share?
No, probably. I mean, that Raimi movie later.
That's right.
Still got to figure out when the time is. I don't want to go too late. I feel like maybe it depends on what's available, I guess. But like ideally, like a 6:30 movie seems pretty good. But yeah. I mean, outside of that, nothing really.
Dustin, plans? Goodbye to you. Be well.
Goodbye. Zero plans for tonight, so I'm going to take it easy. Tomorrow, you and I are recording in the evening for Sacred Symbols Plus. I have that, but no plans this weekend either, which is nice because I've been traveling busy. So I can just kind of chill out, relax. As I mentioned just a few minutes ago, I'm going to play Resident Evil 8 again. Looks really nice on PS5 Pro.
Nice.
So hopefully not getting any snow up here. It doesn't sound like it, but just going to continue surviving.
Yeah, what's the AccuWeather forecast right now? They break it down. Oops, that's not what I want. I don't want an AccuWeather fucking... You think I'm going to sign up for AccuWeather? Come on, man, give me a break. 4 to 8 inches is the consensus. But then it says less than 2 inches, 21%. Greater than a foot, 10%. I don't know. 8 to 12 inches, 17%. We'll see.
8 to 12 inches, a little out of your wheelhouse.
Oh, boy. I'm going to tell you what.
The 4, though, that you mentioned earlier.
Like a foot.
Maybe.
More than a foot.
No, I said 4 inches.
Oh, you meant more than a foot, though.
No.
4 inches
more
flaccid,
than a foot,
maybe.
Goodness.
What the hell's going on?
Lord have mercy.
Time to go. Thank you for being here. Patreon.com/laststandmedia, laststandmedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.